think y'all got it, though. I think y'all got it. But today, yes, we are here. As you can look at my screen, I have the illustrious PowerPoint going up. So today we'll be, pretty much we got done with all of our coursework and the lectures. So today is just finalizing things. If you have anything you need to turn in, redo your final exam, study, ask questions, review during the day, questions during the day. That's what we'll do. Typically every hour, we'll probably break out something. Try to do something every hour. Do some quiz questions, do some review on some domains. And if you can think of anything, bring it up. All right? Takes a village. You got everybody to contribute. You guys have any questions for me?
So if you're watching this video within that time frame, then you're probably watching the right version associated
just ready to get into it, huh?
09 exam. But of course, the CompTIA website is the best place to go to determine.
All right, so what we do have, let me know if you have any issues with Canvas. They did an update, and I don't know if it's going to affect you all or not. But if there is anything, please let me know. If you're going to Canvas, I think they're getting it resolved, but please mention it if you need to, okay?
No. All right. You get a maximum of 90 questions. You might get fewer than 90 questions on your exam. The passing score you're looking for is a 720, and this is on a scale between 100 and 900. The exam itself consists of 5 different domains. Domain 1 is networking concepts. That consists of 23% of the exam. Domain 2 is network implementation at 20%. Domain 3 is network operations at 19%. Domain 4 is network security at 14%. And Domain 5 is network troubleshooting at 24%.
We'll have a topic review at, let's say, 45 after. How about that?
I would highly recommend that you also
download
a free resource from the CompTIA website called the CompTIA Network Plus Certification Objectives. This is a set of exam objectives that will tell you everything you need to know before you walk in to take that exam. You can find a link to these objectives from the Professor Messer website at professormesser.com/objectives. All of the videos in this course follow these objectives in the objective order, so it should be relatively easy to find exactly what you're looking for during your studies. I would also recommend that you get a good book on Network Plus, and we have recommendations on our site that can help you with your studies. There are also many people that are studying for their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and other certifications, and you can talk with them directly on our Discord at professormesser.com/Discord. There are a lot of people studying for the Network Plus exam, and on our Discord, you can start or attend any ad hoc study session at any time. We also have other resources that can help you with your Network Plus journey. You can find those available on our website at professormesser.com/netplus-resources. So now you've got all the training materials you need to be successful with your Network Plus studies. We have our entire course available on our website for you to watch at any time. We also have our 24/7 Discord chat. We also include monthly live study groups. So if you'd like to join us for some interactive Q&A and your chance to ask any question that you would like in our after show, you can find those available on YouTube as a replay at professormesser.com/YouTube. And if you check our calendar on our website, you can join those sessions live. Now you've got everything you need to be successful with your Network Plus studies. Our video course, additional resources on our website, an entire community of people that are studying to get their certifications, and so much more is available on our website. Visit professormesser.com and join us in the next video as we begin your process through your Network Plus certification. Best of luck with your studies, and we'll see you in the next video.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
CompTIA gel, high performance, won't smear, won't bleed. An exceptional, smooth writing experience. It's vivid and bold. That's the impact of Sharpie in a gel pen. CompTIA gel.
We'll start our Network Plus course with a broad discussion of something we refer to as the OSI model. This is referring to the Open Systems Interconnection Reference Model, and it's a model we use in IT to describe the process that data takes as it traverses our networks. The OSI model is not designed to be a detailed description of this data, but instead is intended to describe a broad overview of how data traverses our systems. We're also not describing the OSI protocol suite. Indeed, most of the protocols we use today are based on TCP/IP. But the OSI model is one that we can apply to many different protocols, and it works perfectly with the TCP/IP protocols that we use today.
Good morning, Michael. How you doing
There are
today?
many different protocols that might operate at an individual
He's like, I'm
layer
surviving.
of the OSI model. So as we step through an individual
So today's
layer, we
review,
find there
just
might be
reminding everybody
hundreds
that
of protocols
if you have
that
anything you
might
need to turn
exist
in,
and
finals,
work
everything,
at that
try to get all that in
particular
today.
By understanding this OSI model, we can converse
Probably,
with other people
we try to do it each hour, but
technologies in a way that we would
we'll have something we'll try to
It
review,
doesn't matter if they're
especially
working
at the end of
inside
each
your own
hour, at least
company
15,
or
20
with
minutes.
a different organization. When you mention
During
OSI
the
layer
day.
7 or OSI layer 4, everyone understands what that means and what effect it has on the overall operation of the network. If we start at the top of the OSI layer or OSI layer 7 and work our way down to OSI layer 1, we have layer 7 being the application layer, layer 6 is the presentation layer, layer 5 is the session layer, layer 4 is transport, layer 3 is network, layer 2 is the data link layer, and layer 1 is the physical layer. There are many different mnemonics that people use to memorize this, but if you start at the top and work your way down, you can take the first letter of each one of these layers, and you might have a term such as, all people seem to need data processing. That's application, presentation, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. Let's start our conversation of the OSI model at the bottom of the OSI model, or layer 1. We refer to this as the physical layer because it's describing the physical signals that we send through the cable and fibers on our network. At this layer, we really don't have many protocols to speak of because we're really just talking about getting a signal from one part of the network to another. When we refer to a physical layer problem with the network, we are referring to the OSI layer 1 physical layer. This means that we might have a bad cable, a bad fiber, there might be interference on a wireless network, and it may require us to do a series of tests to determine if we are really able to get a signal across this particular wire or this particular fiber so that we can keep this network running. A lot of the troubleshooting that you do at layer 1 is running loopback tests, testing cables and fibers, and checking different adapter cards and other devices to make sure they're working properly on the network. One step up from the physical layer is layer 2, the data link layer. This is the fundamental layer that's used to communicate between two devices on the network. We often refer to this as the MAC address layer because that is the data link control layer, or DLC layer, that is commonly associated with the network cards that are in our devices. And most of the time, these are Ethernet adapters or wireless adapters, and we refer to that physical address on that device as the data link control address, or the MAC address. In this case, MAC address is not referring to an operating system, it's referring to the media access control address. So anytime you hear someone talk about a MAC address, they are referring to the hardware address of that particular adapter card. Since the network switches that we use on our network determine how to forward traffic based on the destination MAC address, this is a layer that we often refer to as the switching layer. So anytime we're referring to a MAC address, a problem with a switch being able to operate, or anything else that may be associated with this particular hardware address, we're referring to OSI layer 2, the data link layer.
Cybersecurity today is so messy and expensive. And why does it take so long? It really shouldn't be that. Get started with Solo, the studio where you can build any security app. Whether you're the security person or just the person tasked with security, tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack. You fit Solo to your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Solo.
Space agencies tracking the fragment are predicting an extinction level event. The greatest
Good
chance
morning, Jesus. Don't forget to clock in for me.
Listen, son, it doesn't matter what happens. Because we're always going to be together.
Everybody says this is a new normal. But those we've lost. So we're going on 5 years now, so it isn't all that new. It definitely ain't normal.
I hate this place. Alright, come here.
Listen, man, I know it's tough being stuck down here. It's too dangerous outside.
Our situation is getting worse. Do we think there's anywhere that's safe from all of this? We believe it pretty well. Prevent the radioactive stools from forming, making it a safe zone. So it could be breathable air, drinkable water. It's installed in France. How exactly are we going to get there?
We can't stay here, honey. We didn't come all this way for this. How did you be getting fast falling?
Okay, the Clark crater is our best bet.
How many fragments do you think are up there?
More than I can count. It's crazy to think something so beautiful could be so deadly.
Where are we?
Everyone looks up.
The next layer up is OSI layer 3, or the network layer. We often refer to this as the routing layer because this is the layer that routers use to determine how to forward traffic. And they are specifically looking at the destination IP address in order to determine what the next hop might be for traffic traversing the network. This is also the layer that we're able to fragment these frames into multiple pieces, especially if we're sending it across a network that may require smaller frames than what is on our local network. So we can cut those frames up into smaller pieces to be able to fit them through the network and then put those pieces back together on the other side. Anytime we're referring to a problem relating to IP addressing, subnet masks, anything related to an IP address or anything about routing, then we're probably referring to layer 3, the network layer. Layer 4 is the transport layer, and as the name implies, we're referring to the ability to transport information from one device to another. You might also refer to this as the post office layer because this is responsible for getting your letter or your information from one side of the network to the other. The protocols that are often used and operate at layer 4 of the OSI model is TCP, that stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and UDP, or User Datagram Protocol. These two protocols are commonly responsible for getting all of the information within our IP packets from one device to the other. In many cases, this involves taking a large amount of data, putting it into smaller pieces to be able to get it across the network, and then putting those pieces back together on the other side. Before we can send that information from one side of the network to the other, we may need to create a session so that a device is able to receive that data. Layer 5 is the session layer, and it provides communication management between point A and point B. Anything relating to the initiation of a session, stopping the session, or restarting the session can commonly be associated with that layer 5 session layer communication. If an application is using some type of control protocol or you're tunneling information within existing data, then you're probably using OSI layer 5. OSI layer 6 is responsible for putting all of this data into a format that we will eventually see with our human eyes. This refers to character encoding, application encryption, and decryption, and it's often combined and discussed in conjunction with the application layer at layer 7. Layer 6, or the presentation layer, is the layer that is commonly in operation just prior to us seeing this data on our screen.
Known for sharing what you love. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be.
And the top layer of the OSI model is OSI layer 7, or the application layer. This is the layer that we see on our screen. So anytime that we are interacting with an application, we are operating at layer 7 of the OSI model. Common applications that would operate at OSI layer 7 are HTTP and HTTPS, FTP, DNS, POP3, and thousands of other application protocols. Well, that's a broad overview of the OSI model, but how do we fit things in the real world into each of those layers? Let's start down at the bottom with layer 1, or the physical layer. When we refer to cables, fiber optic connections, the signal going across those connections, or a wireless network, then we're operating at OSI layer 1, or the physical layer. When we refer to OSI layer 2, or the data link layer, then we're talking about Ethernet frames, MAC addresses, or addresses referred to as extended unique identifiers, or EUI. There are EUI 48 addresses and EUI 64 addresses, for example. And as we described earlier, anytime we're referring to the switching process, we are referring to OSI layer 2. At OSI layer 3, or the network layer, we're referring to IP addresses. So anything that has an IP address or subnet mask, or referring to the way that routers forward traffic, all happen at OSI layer 3. If you're referring to a TCP port or a UDP port, then we're operating at OSI layer 4, which is the transport layer. At OSI layer 5, or the session layer, we're using control protocols to start and end different sessions, or we may be tunneling traffic using protocols that operate at OSI layer 5. We often associate the encryption of application data with OSI layer 6, or the presentation layer. So if you're communicating to a website and you're using SSL or TLS to be able to encrypt and decrypt that data, that process is occurring at OSI layer 6. And at OSI layer 7, or the application layer, is where you are interacting with the application itself. Anything that you're seeing on the screen, the application itself, or any messages from the application are often referred to as layer 7 information. If you wanted to drill down a little bit further into the OSI model, you might want to capture some data on your network and view that data inside of an application such as Wireshark. I have a Wireshark protocol decode on my screen where I've captured data on my network, and this Wireshark has 3 separate windows that is displaying different views of the same data. The top window is a frame-by-frame breakdown. For example, I have highlighted frame 88 on this top window. The middle window describes more detail of what different information is contained within that single frame. And on the bottom window, we have a hexadecimal and ASCII breakdown of the data itself. Let's focus our view on this middle window, which is a summary of this highlighted frame 88. You can see that there are 5 different lines of data inside of this single frame, where the protocol decode has separated out the individual protocols within the single Ethernet frame. Let's start with the one at the very top, which describes frame 88, which has 2005 bytes on the wire, and 2005 bytes were captured by Wireshark. If you wanted to associate that line with the OSI model, that would be best associated with layer 1, or the physical model. Next down is Ethernet 2, which has a source MAC address and a destination MAC address. And since we are describing MAC addresses, everything within that line of the Wireshark decode is associated with layer 2 of the OSI model, or the data link layer. The next line down describes the Internet Protocol, or IP. And as we described before, IP fits squarely in layer 3 of the OSI model, or the network layer. And in fact, there are individual IP addresses listed here, or the source IP address and the destination IP address. And you can see there is a DNS resolution here that shows that the IP address of 72.14.247.19 is also associated with googlemail.l.google.com. As we move down this list, we're moving up the layers of the OSI model, and the next one is the Transmission Control Protocol, which means we're communicating via TCP for this Google Mail communication. Since TCP is in this list, we must be at OSI layer 4, or the transport layer, and indeed you can see TCP port numbers for the source and the destination of this traffic. Since the destination port is port 443, Wireshark has already filled in that we're communicating over an encrypted channel using HTTPS. And if we go one layer down into the secure socket layer, this effectively encapsulates the top 3 layers of the OSI model. So secure socket layer and everything underneath it are referring to layer 5, the session layer, layer 6, presentation layer, and layer 7, the application layer. Here's a summary of that protocol decode broken out into the different layers of the OSI model. We had electrical signals at the physical layer. Layer 2 at the data link layer had Ethernet frame information. Our IP addresses were at layer 3, or the network layer. Our TCP encapsulation with our TCP port numbers is at the transport layer. Our session layer linked the presentation information to the transport. Presentation layer was obviously performing that SSL or TLS encryption and decryption, and layer 7, or the application layer, is referring to that Google Mail front end and being able to send and receive emails using mail.google.com. Hopefully you're now able to see how this very broad description of an OSI model can be applied to practically any communication that's occurring over the network. And this allows us to talk with other IT professionals and communicate in a way where everyone understands exactly what we're referring to when we talk about a layer 1 physical problem or a layer 7 application problem.
I have on the screen for you are your hours as of 6 p.m. Friday. Hours as of 6 p.m. Friday. So if you want to take a look real quick.
If you were to walk through the data center, you will see many of these racks all together with a lot of different equipment.
It's not counting today.
Each one of them. All of these devices work together to be able to take data from one part of the network and move it to another part of the network. Each of these devices is installed for a specific reason, and it's helpful if we understand why we installed that.
Those aren't the GPAs I've updated yet. I'll get to that. I'm more concerned right now about the hours, so I'll make sure I update the GPAs. But you can see what your GPA is if you look in your grade.
We'll look at different types of devices and how we might use them
in Kansas.
Let's start with one of the most common devices that you'll find, which is a router. A router allows us to take data on one IP subnet and route that information to a different IP subnet. These may be subnets that are next to each other in the same data center, or these IP subnets may be located in different parts of the world. We refer to a router as an OSI layer 3 device. At the OSI layer 3 or network layer, we're referring to IP addresses, and IP addresses is exactly what's used by a router to be able to determine the next hop for this information. You may sometimes see this routing functionality also included inside of an existing switch. Often refer to these as layer 3 switches, which of course is referring to that OSI layer 3 functionality. It's not that the switch itself is now operating at a different OSI layer, it's just within that same piece of equipment, we have both a layer 2 switch and a layer 3 router, and we've abbreviated them as a layer 3 switch. These routers often connect many different types of networks. So you may be connecting a local area network, or a LAN, to a wide area network, or a WAN. These might also be copper-based connections or fiber-based connections. So we may have routers with many different connections or interfaces on them, and we're connecting many different diverse networks to all of those different interfaces. Another common device is a network switch. Switches operate at the MAC address level to be able to forward traffic, so we'll often refer to that as an OSI layer 2 or data link device. These operate mostly in hardware. The hardware inside of these devices is referred to as an ASIC, that is an application-specific integrated circuit. There are many different functions and capabilities inside of these switches, especially if you're using one designed for the enterprise. For example, many of these switches have the ability to include power on the same wires as your Ethernet connection, and we refer to that as Power over Ethernet, or PoE. And as we mentioned before, you may hear folks refer to this as a layer 3 switch if the switch includes some type of routing functionality built into the device itself. Security on our networks is also important. That's why you probably are using a firewall at home, and you most certainly have a firewall in your office. A traditional firewall allows you to filter traffic based on a TCP or UDP port number. But if you have a more modern firewall, you're probably using a next generation firewall, or NGFW, which is able to identify applications traversing your network and allow you to manage whether that application should be allowed or not allowed on your network. Most firewalls also have additional functionality. For example, it's common to find firewalls that will allow us to encrypt traffic traversing the network through a virtual private network, or VPN. It's very common to have a firewall at one remote site and a firewall at another remote site and be able to create an encrypted tunnel between those firewalls using this VPN functionality. And most firewalls can also operate as a layer 3 device, which means the firewalls themselves can act as a router. That's because they're often sitting right between the ingress and egress point of your network, where all the traffic on the inside of your network is going to the outside or internet connection, and your internet traffic is coming inbound to your local network. We rely on the firewall to be able to manage the communication between the inside and the outside of the network.
Oh, Capital One? My team's transformer-based AI model, built using contextual data.
To be able to perform this functionality, many firewalls also provide network address translation, or NAT, and because they are a router, it's very common to have dynamic routing protocols supported inside of the firewall as well. Many data centers might also have standalone IDS or IPS devices, although much of that functionality is also integrated into the more modern next-generation firewall. IDS refers to an intrusion detection system, and the IPS refers to an intrusion prevention system. Both of these work in similar ways. They're looking for attacks that are inbound to your network and are able to identify, alert, and in many cases prevent that attack from gaining access to your network. These are commonly known attack types. These might be exploits against operating systems or the applications that you're using, and they might take advantage of known vulnerabilities with those applications or systems by taking advantage of a buffer overflow, a cross-site scripting vulnerability, or other known vulnerabilities to those systems. If you're using an intrusion detection system, it's able to alarm or alert if it ever sees any of these inbound attacks. If you're using an intrusion prevention system, it's able to go a step further and block that particular attack before it gets inside of your network. Since an intrusion detection system is not able to block that traffic, it's very common to see an intrusion prevention system used on our enterprise networks. If you've ever used a website that may be accessed by millions of people every day, you may be wondering how that site is able to remain up and running without any type of downtime. In most cases, it's because that site is using a load balancer to be able to distribute that load across multiple physical servers. As the end user, you may have no idea that this load balancing is taking place, but if you were to look at the data center for this organization, you might find a large number of web servers or database servers in farms that can be used in conjunction with this load balancer to maintain uptime and availability. These load balancers are also very good at identifying any outages to these servers. So if one of the servers happens to fail due to a hardware error or some type of software problem, the load balancer can recognize the issue, take that server out of the rotation, and continue to provide access to these services using the remaining devices that are connected to the load balancer. Here's a common design for a load balancer where users on the internet would be accessing a service at a location. To the end user's perspective, they're accessing a single server, but they're really accessing a load balancer that is distributing that load between multiple servers inside of that company's data center. These load balancers can also optimize the communication. For example, it may perform TCP offloading so that the communication to all of these servers on the inside of the network are occurring as quickly as possible. These load balancers can also act as an SSL offload, which means that they will provide encryption and decryption capabilities instead of having the servers themselves manage that process. Data might also be cached on the load balancer, so requests made to the load balancer can be answered immediately instead of going all the way down to the server to provide that data. And load balancers are also very good at prioritizing different types of traffic over others. There might be certain web pages that have higher access than others. You can commonly perform that prioritization using quality of service, or QoS. Load balancers can also provide application-centric load balancing, where certain pages may be located on certain servers, and all of the requests to those pages would go exclusively to those individual servers. Many organizations have security concerns about individual users being able to directly communicate with a server or service that's on the internet. One of the ways that the organization can manage these connections is by putting a device in the middle of this conversation called a proxy. This proxy is responsible for taking the user's request, performing that request on their behalf, receiving the answer to that request, verifying that the answer doesn't contain some type of malicious software or malicious code, and then providing that answer to the end user. That is the purpose of a proxy, to sit in the middle of the communication and make that communication on the user's behalf. Since the proxy is sitting in the middle of the conversation, it's a perfect place to do caching, so the user can make a request to a web server. If that request has already been cached by the proxy server, the answer can go right back to the user without having to access the internet. We might also provide access control from the proxy server so that we can request a username and password from the user in order to gain access to the internet. From that point, we might want to filter URLs or perform some type of content scanning to make sure that the user is not receiving any type of malicious software.
Building your cybersecurity stack isn't rocket science. Simply create your own security apps with Solar. Get answers to the security questions you really care about and act on them instantly. Set up custom alerts, build workflows, or create dashboards. And guess what? No code needed. Don't want to DIY that ish? Sola's app gallery has plug-and-play apps ready for you to use. And with Sola AI, you get your own super talented security wingman. It can do all the work for you. Whether you just need to tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack, Sola's there for your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Sola.
Are you here for Tracy?
We're here forever.
Some proxies require you to configure the operating system or the applications that you're using to identify the proxy and be able to use that to send and receive communication. But not all proxies work in that explicit manner. There are also transparent proxies that will work invisibly without making any changes to the operating system or the applications in use. It's very common to store documents and other files on centralized storage facilities inside of our data centers. One type of storage is referred to as a network attached storage, or NAS. We often refer to this network attached storage as providing file level access. That means that if we wanted to gain access to information within a file, we need to pull the entire file across the network into the memory of our system, and when we're writing information or changing information in that file, we will need to write the entire file back to the NAS. A more efficient way of communication might be through the use of a storage area network, or a SAN. This is very similar to reading and writing information from a local storage drive, where instead of copying the entire file to be able to change just a bit of information within it, we have block level access, which means that we can change just the blocks that have been modified. And when you have very large files, this could be a very efficient way to modify just a little bit of information within that very large document. Whether you're using a NAS or a SAN, you're probably transferring a lot of files to these systems. For that reason, we want to be sure that we're using the most efficient method of communication. It's very common, for example, to put the NAS or the SAN on its own isolated network, and it's commonly a network that has very high bandwidths. If you're in your office and you look at the ceiling, you might see a device like this. This is an access point. This device allows us to communicate wirelessly from our device to the rest of the network. This is not the wireless router that you might be using at home, which is a router and a wireless access point and a switch in the same device. When you're in larger enterprise environments, you're usually using a device that is purpose-built for a single function, and having an access point means that we're using this for wireless communication and wireless communication only. On the other side of this wireless access point is very commonly an Ethernet connection. So this is bridging communication between the wireless network and the wired Ethernet network. That's why we refer to access points as an OSI layer 2 device or a data link layer device, because it's making that translation between the 802.11 wireless network and the 802.3 Ethernet network. In most businesses of any size, you probably have more than one access point. That's because you probably have a very large building or series of buildings, and you need to be sure that everyone is able to access that wireless network wherever they happen to be inside of these buildings. But this means that we have to manage many different wireless access points wherever they might be in our local network or in a remote site network. And we might need to manage security settings, access policies, and other configuration parameters within that access point. We also have users that may be very mobile and moving between different parts of the building or moving from one building to the other, and we need to make sure that they can seamlessly roam from one access point to the other so that they are always connected to the network. Instead of connecting to each individual access point to make these configuration changes or manage this process, we can have a centralized management tool that allows us to manage all of our access points from one central place. This is a wireless LAN controller, and it gives us that single pane of glass so that we can manage the entire infrastructure while we're sitting in one chair. From this single device, we can deploy new access points with a full configuration. We might want to set up performance or security monitoring and be alerted if we happen to see anything across any of our access points. We can also take any changes that we need to make and deploy those automatically to all of our access points with one click of the mouse. This also allows us very commonly to create reports on how much our access points are being used and be able to understand if we need to update or change any of our access point locations. These are often proprietary systems, so if we have an access point from one particular manufacturer, then we're also using the wireless LAN controller that is also from that same manufacturer.
Take the headache out of IT security. It's time for the $9.99 Great Haircut Sale at Great Clips. Your chance to get a great haircut at a limited time price. Same time when you check in on our app. But hurry, the sale ends soon. The Great Haircut Sale at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
If you were to somehow get inside of the networking cable and see what was going back and forth over that connection, you would see there was a lot of different activity going on across many, many different systems. All of these are designed to focus on specific functions. For example, we may need to get a piece of data from our network to a network that is on another part of the world. Or we might need to access a system that is already located somewhere else and provide technical support or be able to share a screen. There's also a need to have traffic management on our network so that certain applications have a higher priority than other applications. And lastly, we need to be sure that all of our systems are up and available, and it may take specialized protocols to make sure that that occurs every step along the way. One way to speed up the process of getting access to data is through the use of a CDN. This is a content delivery network. And as the name implies, it is designed to provide a way to get data very efficiently from one central point to an end user. These are often set up in geographical areas, so there might be a CDN server in North America, South America, Africa, Asia, other parts of the world, and you're able to cache information at each one of these points. It takes time to get data sent from one part of the world to the other, so if you can have all of your North America users access the North American CDN, it's much faster than having them all go out to a centralized server that might be located in Europe. So if you're watching this video on YouTube or on the Professor Messer website, you're using a CDN right now. It's a way for very small or very large sites to be able to distribute their data to users all over the world and make sure that that data is as accessible and efficient as possible. For those of you that work outside of your corporate facility or perhaps do a lot of work from home, then you're probably already familiar with a virtual private network or a VPN. This allows you to connect to a remote network while sending all of this data encrypted across the network. It's a very secure way to transfer data even across networks that would be inherently insecure, such as the public internet. VPNs often use a device called a concentrator or a head-end device to be the central connection point for all of the users who are accessing that VPN. This is often a purpose-built appliance that's designed to do high-speed encryption and decryption of network data in real time so that you can have many people being able to send secure data across the network, decrypt all of that data, send it to the inside of the network, and then reverse that process to get the response back to the user. This can be a standalone device, but very commonly we integrate this VPN concentrator function within a next-generation firewall itself. Because of the encryption and decryption process required to perform this VPN concentration, we usually will use a purpose-built appliance or piece of hardware to be able to do this. That provides very high throughput and can support hundreds or even thousands of users simultaneously. But if you have a smaller network, you may not need a purpose-built appliance, and there are many VPN concentrators that will run as software on an existing operating system. You may have to install a specialized piece of software to be able to use a manufacturer's VPN, although there is VPN software that does ship with Windows, Mac OS, and Linux operating systems so that you can connect to many different kinds of VPNs using that generic software. Not all applications are designed to run simultaneously on a network, and certainly some applications may have a higher priority to your organization than other applications. For example, there might be a real-time audio or video stream that has a higher priority than a file transfer. Because of these requirements, it's very common for network administrators to provide some type of prioritization to these applications. This is often done through a quality of service or QoS configuration. You might also refer to this as traffic shaping or
All right, I know we said we do something at 45 after, but I'm communicating with Charles right now. Did not know he was in the hospital. Say a prayer for him. He had his appendix out.
Are you a post person?
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all.
I just thought about it. I don't know if he wanted that shared, but I know we are all down for him, so just make sure you say a prayer for him.
Everything is where it's supposed to be. It does what it's meant to do. Sorry.
So I apologize ahead of time if I was not supposed to share that, but he just.
With predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm the real MVP. Also, per technician instead of per device pricing, that saves us 50% of our IT costs and makes me the new company here.
Lines show up. Real heroes wear headsets.
Now, maybe you're not buying this, and that's fine, because you don't have to buy anything. You can try it out right now for free. Set up as a breeze. Just hit the link. Try the thing. It's glorious. Atera, it's what IT ought to be.
Except cookies. Cookies accepted.
This allows the administrator to control what type of applications can flow through their network, usually based on bandwidth usage or particular data rates. This might allow your real-time applications to have full control or access to the network and put a lower priority on other applications that may simply be transferring files. To control this quality of service, you may need to make configuration changes inside of a firewall, a router, or a switch. These devices might have a pre-built list of applications and might also allow you to add your own applications to the list. And at that point, you can decide what priority the applications might have relative to everything else that's running on the network. One of the challenges we often run into with technology is that it's very good at performing a task. And often, it can perform these tasks over and over and over again without any type of human interaction. prevention. Unfortunately, this could also put a device into a state where it's performing the task over and over and over again and never finds a way to complete or end that particular task. For that reason, we've often built in different functions with our protocols so that we can recognize when a task may be going on too long and simply remove that task from the network. One common way to provide this identification is through the use of a time to live, or TTL. A time to live is effectively some type of timer. This timer may be based on the time of day, or it may be based on the number of iterations that a particular task completes. Once that timer hits 0, we can then have that task stop what it's doing, or we can drop that task from the network. There are many different cases for a time to live. One is a packet that is constantly looping between different routers. We might want to have that packet automatically dropped if that loop occurs a certain number of times. Another good example of a time to live might be to clear a cache, where we might access a website, have that website stored in a cache, and then that cache is only available for the next 60 seconds or number of minutes. When that timer hits 0, the cache is cleared, and the next time that website is accessed, you would have to go all the way out to the site to be able to bring that information back, at which point that is placed in the cache and another timer starts. Another example of using a time to live to stop traffic that is looping around your network is through the use of a routing loop. This is a really good example of where you might have router A thinks the next hop is router B, and router B thinks the next hop is router A. And what you'll find is that the packet goes back and forth between those routers over and over and over again. If you were going to perform a trace route, you would see this loop in the trace route itself, where the route goes to 10.1.10.1, then it goes to 10.2.10.2, then back to 10.1.10.1, then back to 10.2.10.2, and so on. And this will continue all the way through until it reaches a time to live.
Tackling your security concerns starts with a prompt. With Sola AI, you get answers to the security questions you really care about instantly. Get started with Sola, the AI you need to get security done.
This is something that does occur occasionally because you might have many different routers, and those routers have many different routes. So it's very easy to make one single IP address mistake in a static route.
Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and get it in a break. I'll see you at the top of the hour. Top of the hour.
Inside of the IP packet itself. This allows us to identify and stop a loop automatically if one occurs. In this example, we have router 1, and router 1's next hop is router 2. We've configured router 2 with a next hop of router 1, which means that this packet is going to go back and forth between these routers until something stops that loop from occurring. Fortunately, we built functions within IP, or the Internet Protocol, to look for this loop to occur and stop it if it finds that it's occurring over and over again. In IP, the time to live is referring to the number of hops that a packet will go through a router. Each time a router processes a packet, it decreases the time to live by 1. And when that value gets down to 0, it discards the packet, effectively ending the loop. The default time to live for Mac OS and Linux is usually 64 hops, and the default time to live for Windows is 128 hops. Since the router is decreasing the time to live by 1 each time the packet goes through, it's watching that number decrease every time it goes through a looped connection. And when the time to live gets to 0, the router drops that particular packet. If we were to look at the frame of IP, you can see there's version numbers, header length, type of service, total length, and other fields within the IPv4 header. The one we're interested in is the one called time to live, and that's the one that the router will use to determine if it's gotten down to 0 and if it should discard this packet from the network. Here's a very simple protocol decode of an IP header. You can see this is frame 1. We have the Ethernet information, what the MAC address is for the source MAC address and the destination MAC address, and this is an IP version 4 header. You can see the source IP address and the destination IP address in the header itself. If we were to break this header open and look at those individual fields that we mentioned from that previous slide, you can see there is a differentiated services field, a total length field, an identification field, and right here is a time to live field. The time to live for this particular packet is 58 hops. So this packet would need to go through 58 more routers until this got down to 0, at which point it would be removed from the network. In most cases, our total number of hops between us and the destination that we're trying to visit somewhere on the internet is usually around 12 to 16 hops, sometimes more and sometimes less. But that's a relatively small number when you consider that the total default time to live on macOS or Linux is 64 hops, and the default on Windows is 128 hops. That gives us plenty of room to be able to get data from one side of the internet to the other and not have that information accidentally dropped by a router. Depending on the protocol you're using, time to live may have a different definition. With routers, time to live is associated with the number of hops. But in DNS, or the domain name system, the time to live is associated with the total number of seconds. Let's take a scenario where we're performing a DNS lookup, and you can do this yourself by using NSLookup or dig, and you can resolve or look for the device www.professormesser.com, and your DNS server will return some type of IP address associated with the Professor Messer web server. Inside of that DNS resolution is information about time to live. This tells us how long we should cache this local entry on our system. So if we want to cache it for a certain number of seconds. How many seconds? Well, we're going to cache it for the time to live seconds. The time to live is included with the configuration on a DNS server. This is the output from the command dig www.professormesser.com. You can see that the answer section, where the DNS server is providing us information, says that the server www.professormesser.com has a time to live of 300. This is an internet address. The A is for address. And then we have 3 different IP addresses associated with my web server. This 300 value is the one telling our local machine, keep this IP address in your cache for 300 seconds. If you do the math, that is 5 minutes. Once that 5 minutes has elapsed, our local cache removes that particular resolution. And if you want to know the IP address for that same server, you would need to perform another DNS query to update your cache for another 5 minutes. This allows me, as the administrator of my web server, to be able to change the IP address in my DNS configuration, and I can feel relatively secure that most people will have an updated version of that IP address within 5 minutes. We use time to live for many other protocols as well, so make sure you look at the documentation for that protocol to understand exactly how we're measuring time to live for that particular protocol.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack.
Cloud computing has undeniably changed the way we approach technology. With one click of a button, we can deploy an application and multiple services, all seemingly with unlimited resources. We're able to scale up and scale down these applications as we need, providing elasticity, especially in times when we have large demand, and scale it back down when that demand goes away. We also have applications that we can now scale up or scale down and access those applications from anywhere in the world. Cloud computing also uses multi-tenancy, where many different customers are using the same cloud infrastructure. This allows for efficiency in the use of technology and efficiency in how much it costs to use this technology. Not only do we have virtual servers that can live in that cloud computing infrastructure, we can also have virtual networks. Let's take the scenario where we might have 100 individual servers that are running in our data center. That's a relatively large farm of servers. We've designed this infrastructure to have redundancy in the network. There are multiple servers, we've got load balancers and multiple firewalls, and we've designed it for uptime and availability. But now let's take this entire physical infrastructure and let's move this infrastructure to the cloud. We're going to migrate 100 physical servers to effectively one very large physical server. Inside that one very large physical server, we will run 100 virtual servers inside of it. Now that we've taken these 100 physical servers and migrated them to a cloud infrastructure, what do we do with our networking infrastructure? Not surprisingly, we will virtualize this network infrastructure as well. This is referred to as Network Function Virtualization, or NFV, where we can replace our routers and our switches and our other networking devices with virtual versions of those networking devices that are running in this virtualized environment. Although our firewall and our switches and our routers are no longer physical, they still have the same functionality. We can see those devices, our network interfaces, and everything about the network configuration all from our hypervisor. So we have the same functionality, it's just now in a virtual appliance. Just as we're able to push a button and deploy a new server, we can push a button and deploy a new firewall or a new switch or make a router configuration all within this virtualized world. This gives us a lot of flexibility for deploying applications, designing the network connectivity for those applications, and connecting our different cloud infrastructures wherever they might be in the world. A common application instance inside of a cloud infrastructure might include a web server, a database server. There could be load balancers, virtual switches and routers, and virtual firewalls. All of these will run inside of a virtual private cloud, or a VPC. It's very common, especially in larger environments, that you would have separate VPCs for different application instances or different parts of the company. This allows you to keep all of these systems separated, but still allow you to manage all of them as individual virtual appliances. Although these VPCs may be different application instances, we might still...
How are you doing? Just now seeing your message in the chat. How are you doing?
Device in the middle called a transit gateway to be able to connect all of these VPCs together. You can think of this transit gateway as a cloud router that allows us to connect and allow communication between all of our different VPCs. If you need connectivity to these VPCs from the outside, you may need to add additional security in the form of a VPN connection. This allows someone who may be at a remote site to be able to bring up a VPN tunnel, connect to the transit gateway, and effectively have communication to all of your different VPCs. It's very common to use a VPN at a remote site or from a user's workstation to be able to gain access to these private VPCs. But there may be times when you want to make your application instances available to anyone on the internet. In that scenario, you might want to use a VPC gateway, or what we refer to as an internet gateway, so that users anywhere in the world will have access to your applications. We might also want to have these devices in each of our VPCs communicate outbound over the internet to other resources. We would use a VPC NAT gateway to provide this communication, and the NAT stands for Network Address Translation. Our VPCs and the private networks that we're running inside of those VPCs can translate to a public IP address to be able to communicate out over the internet. This includes security rules so that your VPCs can connect outbound to internet resources, but you may not necessarily allow inbound access from external devices. And it's not uncommon for many organizations to use multiple cloud providers, but still require connectivity between those cloud providers. We can provide that connectivity through the use of a VPC endpoint, where we create a direct connection from a VPC on one cloud provider to a VPC.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It helps save you time because it does all your busy work for you, so you can get busy doing what you want to do.
Looks like trouble in paradise as the hottest festival of the year has flamed out.
You wanted to attend the music festival of the year
on another cloud provider. Here's an example that has a number of different VPCs. We've got a virtual private cloud with a public subnet for public applications that people can access from anywhere on the internet. We also have a private subnet on this same cloud provider where we have a private...
All right, welcome back from break, everybody.
At a different cloud provider, that cloud storage can easily connect to the public subnet.
One of the things that we have, you'll see on the exam, on the NTN 009, they're going to be talking about static routing and dynamic routing. Anybody know the difference between the static and the dynamic?
Private subnet and virtual Many cloud providers will include
Static and dynamic.
layer on top of your VPC.
Let's compare and contrast.
Lists are effectively a firewall that's created
As Michael puts his thinking finger on his chin, he's like, I wonder what that is.
And inbound to your VPCs. Most of these are based around a series of port numbers and protocols.
Elaine is, look at him, he's typing, he's on it.
TCP or UDP port number and add that to your inbound.
You are correct, sir. For 500 virtual cash dollars. Michael's got it. Being assigned is one that's being assigned, and that's the static piece. So you can static out your network. Ooh, but man, that doesn't scale well. Okay, he's got a good point. Elaine says dynamic is more versatile than static. You are correct. Yes, either way you say it, it's the same. So static is cool. Is that good, Mike? Like, that drink is good. Try it. But y'all are right. Static does not scale well. It is not good for enterprises. So when you think static routing, you might be able to use that in like a solo environment. Okay. Network, computer or network A is looking for computer B or network B. Static routing has been set up for those to have a direct path. However, if computer A is looking for a computer C on network B, those frames go into the deep dark void of nowhere because static routing is set up so everything is accounted for. Everybody keeps the same IP address. Those frames don't get broadcasted or forwarded out because you set up static routing, right? But like y'all were saying before in the chat, if you had dynamic routing will then take over and say, it'll take the frames that's coming in to the routing device, it being the switch and or the router. It will use broadcast and it will try to find, because it'll build its routing table based off of the forwarded frames.
Yeah.
Okay. We said there's 4 states there's 4 port states for this to happen when you're using dynamic. What are the 4 port states? Anybody remember? Okay, Mr. T, that is the discovery once you put the item on the network. But we were going to cover that anyway. But since we're here, Mr. T dropped that in there. Remember when you plug up and you need an IP address, you have to use DOOR, discover, offer, request, and acknowledge. Celsius is not it. All right. But that is true when you have to plug up something to the network. There you go. Blocking, listening, learning, and forwarding. Those are the 4 port states. So when you get down to dynamic routing, the two are there. You're using the learning and the listening, or the learning and the forwarding.
Okay.
The ultimate thing that you want to have is routing convergence. Routing convergence, because you might see this terminology. And if you want to follow along, we're on page 779 of your Network Plus study guide, the one that I gave you. Just make a note off to the side if you want to go back, page 779. Okay. Routing convergence is the time required by routing protocols to update routing tables.
How are you guys doing? Good morning. Good morning.
On all routers on the network. That's where these terms like neighboring. Remember that? Neighboring routing tables. Then we have LSA. What's LSA? When it comes to routing. Dynamic routing. A is for advertisement. What is the LS? Ooh, LSA. Blank state advertisement. Yes, Mr. T. 1,000 virtual coins for you. Yes, we got that. He said, yeah, I got it. So that's what we have. Now, when we come down to routing, of course, we have static and dynamic. But once you have dynamic routing protocols, there's a couple of things that's going to happen. Now think about this on the exam if they present it to you. You have your IGPs, interior gateway protocols, versus exterior gateway protocols. IGP versus EGP. You have your internal gateway protocols versus your exterior gateway protocols. Okay? It is a screen support. Yes, it is. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yep, I got a video coming up after this. Kind of reinforced. But I love y'all because y'all keep me on point just in case I forget something. So that's what we have. Exterior gateway protocols and interior gateway protocols. If we get more down under there, right, than the dynamic routing, we know that, what's the big exterior gateway protocol? The big one that happens on the outside of your router in the World Wide Wizard. Wiki.
Everything is being stored on a third-party
remember that one?
platform. This is a
You are correct, Martin, for 2,000 virtual coin points. Border Gateway Protocol is the routing protocol of the internet. It takes all those, that's how the spider web is made. That's why they call it the World Wide Web. It takes all those real small lands and networks, connects them all. And then you got Border Gateway Protocol.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. So for the interior, for the IGP, once we go down,
sometimes you'll see this referred to as hardware as
for interior gateway protocols, the IGPs, anything on the inside of the network, you have two flavors.
This means that you would be responsible.
Hence the blank screen. I want y'all to find it. What are the two flavors of IGPs?
If the software needs to be upgraded, you would be the one on your infrastructure as a service.
I'll drink some caffeine and wait for y'all to respond.
And the data that you're putting into that application is
The
sitting in the cloud.
flavors of
You have
IG.
much more control over the access and security of that data.
Ooh, those are two sub-flavors. What are the two main, let me rephrase that for you, Leah. What are the two main categories
where you can
of
buy
internal
time on a particular web server
gateway
and make that
protocols?
server available to everyone on the internet? A middle ground between software as a service and infrastructure as a service is
Darn it, Kevo.
as a service.
Thought I had time to sip on that.
This is still in the
He's
cloud,
correct.
but you're the one
Distance vector and link state. Dan Martin came in with distance vector. He got the other attitude. Great job, y'all.
The cloud provider gives
Okay,
you
those are the two categories
You
of
can think of
IGP.
this as a series of building blocks.
Now let's dig down a little further. Y'all know me. I like first to do,
And then you build
so we
out
understand
those
it.
blocks to create.
Now, if we go back to what Leah put in there,
Underlying engine
RIP and OSPF, she actually put an example of one of each. But let's break down distance vector first. You have three flavors. RIP V1. If you hear RIP V1, what does that belong to? What type of IP address?
You have V1 and V2.
Yeah, you have a dual stack NIC. They can hold two IP addresses. For Michael's right. RIP V1 belongs to IPv4. RIP V2 primarily works with 6. Because 6 has been adapted to take care of your class S, your CIDR, your creation of slashes, your VLANs you want to make up, subnetting, VLSM. Can RIP V2 be backwards compatible with IPv4?
You can see that network controls, applications, and the identity
RIP V2, yeah.
may be shared.
Yeah, RIP V2 can, but not RIP V1.
Got you wondering here, Mike, huh? Let's think about it this way, you can.
But
You can, because then you start using Teredo tunneling and tunneling, right? 6 to 4 and 4 to 6. Remember that? Yeah. So we can start doing that. Then you have IG, Interior Gateway Routing Protocol, the IGRP.
infrastructure you want.
All right,
and the type
let's
of
look at
responsibilities
link
that you're willing to
state.
take on,
Oh,
you'll need to
one last
build the
question I
right
forgot.
cloud model for
With
your
distance vector
application
protocols in
deployment.
RIP v1 and RIP v2, how many maximum hops can it go? Dang it, you guys are quick. All right, moving on. Link state. You have two, OSPF and ISIS. What's the cool thing about link state protocols, y'all?
Take the headache out of IT security.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality.
And these are Cisco proprietary, so if you see them on the exam.
On over 1,000 items. With quality and savings that add up, King Supers shoppers never compromise. King Supers.
Link state.
What does a link state do? If calculate shortest path, it will do that for OSPF, which is belonging to interior gateway routing protocol, a distance vector. Link state, it does help you find the shortest path, but the cool thing about it, it shares interface stuff. Route, right? We call that the administrative distance, and I think that was Mr. T was talking about. Administrative distance comes into play when you're talking about link state routing protocols, right? And then they all have a value. You remember that? So if it's 1 megabytes per second port, gigabit per second port, right? Or 10 megabyte per second port, they all get a different value. Then they talk about how long it's going to take you, and then all these different calculations. If you're running full duplex, half duplex, all that stuff. So then it will come up to that. Yes, and reliable for flooding too as well. As a lane comes in, he's the cleanup man today. Put some nice topics on the end of that. All right, so that's what we have. Now, going into that, we're gonna look at something from Mike Myers. 10 minutes. Great guy. He'll bring all this round and round like a pie. Here we go.
So now we have a highway, which would be our network. We have a moving truck, which would be the internet protocol. We have boxes within that moving truck.
When we think about large networks, and in particular the internet itself, by now you should be visualizing the internet as what it really is. A lot of routers carrying a lot of data for a whole bunch of computers. My own personal visualization of the internet is this big cluster of routers with lots and lots of computers around the outside that are connected to routers, and all this data is moving like crazy. And that's not too terribly inaccurate of a description. The problem we have with this is that routers go down. Interconnections between routers go up in flames. Lightning strikes hit poles, and Schenectady runs out of power. And as a result of that, we don't have what we call convergence. And that is when everybody knows where everybody is and everything's working. So it's a dynamic process. And that becomes a bit of a problem, because if you take a look at a big network of routers, at any given moment, any particular connection could be up or down, a router could be out. So routing really does more than simply gets data from one system to the next. The other big function of routing is to be able to handle dynamic problems with routes and to reroute traffic on the fly so it can get to the customers that need it. Now, there's a problem here, and that is, if we look at static routing, where we literally enter all the routes into the routing tables of all the routers, if any change takes place, we've got a problem, because it would be up to individual technicians to be going into individual routers and rewriting routing tables, and that's ugly. What we do instead is we use something known as dynamic routing. Dynamic routing is nothing more than putting some smarts inside of these routers so that they can literally rewrite their own routing tables on the fly to adjust for changes and to bring all the routers back into a world of convergence. Now, dynamic routing has been around for a long time. And when we look at dynamic routing, we have to say to ourselves, how can we have routers talk to each other to actually get work done? Well, the best place we can look is at the routing tables itself, and in particular within the metrics. Now, we know from earlier episodes that the metric value is used if we have more than one route to get to a particular network ID. The metric value that's the smallest value will be used to actually send the data that direction. Now that's true with static routes, but with dynamic routes, things change quite a bit. The metric value is something that can be used to look at a lot of different issues. For example, early dynamic routing protocols would concentrate on the metric, because the metric's a perfect way. If a router has two different ways to get to a particular place, this will allow it to choose which one it would prefer to use. So metric values have changed a lot over the years. In the earlier types of dynamic routing protocols, the metric was based on what was called the hop count, which was simply the number of routers it took to get to a particular network ID. So if you had two ways to get to this network, and one had a hop count of 2 and the other one had a hop count of 7, you went with one that was 2. Well, going through routers definitely can slow things down, but there's more to it than that. And we'll see that the metric can take in all kinds of consideration for all kinds of different issues. The big ones, and the ones you're going to see on the Network Plus are, number one, there's going to be MTU. MTU stands for Maximum Transmission Unit. And that is, in a particular frame, how much data can you haul? Ethernet, for example, has a default MTU size of 1,500 bytes. Now, that's good, but what people forget is that the internet isn't made out of just pure Ethernet. There's all kinds of things. There's cable modems running a protocol called DOSIS. There's DSL. There's big telephone lines that run protocols with names like SONET and ATM. And all of these are layer 1, layer 2 protocols that haul things in different ways. Now, if you imagine, say you have an Ethernet network and all of a sudden you go into another type of technology with a smaller MTU size, those Ethernet frames that are coming into your router are going to have to be chopped up so that they can make it through whatever this other type of transmission data is. So all of a sudden, yeah, you're literally hauling maybe twice, maybe 3, maybe 10 times as much traffic simply because you have to chop down your individual pieces of information. So MTU can be a big issue. Another one is bandwidth. If I've got one line that's a 56K line and I got another line that's a 10 gigabit line, I don't care how many routers I got to go through here, the 10 gigabit's going to be a lot faster. The other issue is cost. If I'm paying $1 gazillion a month for this and I'm only paying a little bit for that, I want to go on the line that's going to be less expensive for me. Last one, and this one's a bit weird, is latency. Latency is how long does it take this particular route to react to whatever I have to do. So, for example, a satellite link would have a very high latency because you have to send your data into outer space and back. And so that can slow things down. So the important thing to appreciate is that the metric value is an arbitrary value, and different dynamic routing protocols use it in different ways to get wherever they want to go with it. And that's the important issue. Okay, so we know we're going to use the metrics to get stuff done, and that's great. But now, how am I going to get information between routers? And that's where you've got the big separation of dynamic routing protocols. You can break pretty much all dynamic routing protocols into one or two groups. There's distance vector, and then there's link state. Distance vector is the old granddaddy of dynamic routing protocols. And they have names like RIP, for example. Any type of distance vector protocol is basically going to be sending their entire routing tables to all of their neighbors. So this guy right here, for example, he will send his routing table to him, and to him, and to him. And then these guys will look at the routing table, compare it to their own, and then determine what are the best routes they can use. Now, there's a couple of problems with distance vector. One of the big issues is distance vectors lean heavily on the concept of hop count. And so that's not too good. The other big issue with distance vector is that they send all of this stuff at a given interval. So if this guy goes down, we have to wait 5 minutes or whatever it might be, depending on the protocol, before we can get back into convergence. So the alternative is what we call link state. Link state is the more modern, and link state has a number of improvements over distance vector. Probably one of the biggest is that a link state dynamic routing protocol router is going to send out what are known as hello or link state advertisements. And every now and then they just say, hi, how you doing? You know, it's like a ping, just make sure they're there. And if they detect differences, they will then advertise that there is something that has changed in terms of how they're connected. And they'll literally send out a link state advertisement saying, hey, I've updated my routing table. Are you interested? And individual routers will, over time, begin to talk to that router and update their individual routing tables. So you're not sending out entire routing tables, and they will let people know when things have changed. So we're not waiting a fixed interval for anything to happen. It's all taking place on the fly. And in general, anytime you have a link state dynamic routing protocol, it's going to get back into a convergence world much faster than dynamic protocols. Now, there's one more thing I want to mention while we're in here, and that is all dynamic routing protocols can be broken up into one of two groups. There's interior gateway protocols and exterior gateway protocols, IGP and EGP. EGP is the idea that if I am a company like an internet service provider, I control a lot of routers. So for example, if you take a look at these three routers right here, these are all under the control of one particular company. So what we do is anything that's working within these and all of the customers within, this could be, for example, Comcast, all right? And we call this grouping what's called an autonomous system. An autonomous system is just one organization that has control of its own particular routers. Anytime you want to communicate outside of an autonomous system, you use what's known as an exterior gateway protocol or an EGP. Otherwise, you're using an IGP. So all routing protocols can be broken up into either EGP or IGP. Now, to make it real easy, there is only one EGP. The cornerstone of the internet, the big kahuna himself, is Border Gateway Protocol. He's the only EGP there is. And if you are a big internet service provider and you want to talk to other internet service providers, you will use BGP because that's the only game there is. And you are assigned an autonomous system number. And you use that number within your routers, and when you send data from your routers to other routers, you're not even really using IP addresses. You use these AS numbers to send data from one to the other, and that's unique to BGP. So, in the next few episodes, we're going to be going over all of the different types of dynamic routing protocols that are available. What I need you to do at this point is to appreciate that all of these are going to be either link state, or they're going to be distance vector. They're going to be using the metrics in one way or another to help them figure out how to get the routes. And everything is either going to be BGP, which would be the only EGP there is, the exterior gateway protocol, or IGP, and that's pretty much all we're covering throughout the rest of the next few episodes. So, that's it for routers.
All right, Mr. Mike Myers likes this. I like the way he sums that up. Gives you a visual to all the routers and the routing protocols.
Yeah.
How was that? Help clear up some things with routing protocols real quick.
Yeah, it was good. The visual.
I know we can dig deep and dive in like we did the last couple of weeks. Got some information to cover, but at least that is there for you for the exam. Brings that back up. So
Yeah, good visual.
So remember, those are on pages 7. I believe I said 778 in your study guide. It has some neat diagrams in there too, so you can go in here and look.
Here's how this might be.
All right, cool. I'll leave you to it until we take our break. If you don't have any questions, but let me know. I know, right, Elaine? Good visual. I like the visuals.
These two devices are communicating across the network using 3 different applications. The server has a web server at TCP port 80, a voice over IP server at UDP port 5004, and it's also providing email services over TCP port 143. This means the client can communicate to the server with all 3 of those applications simultaneously because they all have different TCP and UDP port numbers. If we were to then look at the IP data that was being sent on a single communication, you can see that this IP address of 10.0.0.1, our client, is sending information to this 10.0.0.2 address. You'll also notice that the client is using a temporary port number for this session. In this case, the randomized temporary port number is port 3000. And this device is communicating to the web server, so it's using the well-known port number of port 80. And you can also see there is HTTP data contained within this packet as well. This data is received by the server, and when the server needs to send information back to the client, it simply reverses the TCP source port and destination port and the IP source and destination to be able to send that information back to where the original request was sent. This same process occurs if you're using voice over IP data. In this case, the client is using a source port of 7100 and the UDP destination port would be 5004, which would be the voice over IP service on that server. And for email data, the source port that's being used is a random number of 4407, and the destination port is the well-known port for email, port 143. So every device on the network that is communicating via IP is using this fundamental process to transfer data. This allows us to scale up into a worldwide internet and be able to send data between two devices anywhere in the world.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
As a networking professional, you may be asked to configure port numbers associated with a particular application. So in this video, we'll look at the well-known port numbers associated with those apps. We'll start with a generic form of file transfer that's used across many different operating systems. This is FTP, or the File Transfer Protocol. This is a very common and generic form of file transfer that can be used on Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and practically any other operating system. Unlike many applications that use a single port number to communicate, FTP is configured to use one or two different port numbers, specifically TCP port 20 and TCP port 21. TCP port 20 is commonly associated with the file transfer process itself, and port 21 is commonly sent to send control information between one device and another. FTP has an authentication method, so you can use usernames and passwords, and when you're transferring information, you can choose to not only transfer the file, you can list information in a particular directory, add different files, delete, rename, and perform other types of file maintenance. TCP port 22 is commonly associated with SSH, or Secure Shell. This is a way to communicate to a remote device from a console. So you have this text-based front end, and you're able to configure and manage this device over this text-based command line interface. An important characteristic of SSH is the secure part of SSH, because all of the communication between your device and that remote device is all sent across the network in encrypted form. Well, if there's encryption being used with Secure Shell, it would be great if we could use encryption with our file transfer protocol. So of course, there is a version of the FTP called Secure FTP, or SFTP. This allows us to transfer files from one device to another, and that entire communication across the network is all encrypted by default. Interestingly enough, Secure FTP is really using the SSH protocol to be able to perform this encryption. So SSH and SFTP use the same port number of TCP port 22. And just like our FTP protocol that allows us to perform file management of that device, we can also perform the same file management using the secure version of FTP. So you can view the directories, you can make changes to the directory names, you can modify files, delete information, and perform all of the normal file management from the Secure FTP application. Both Secure Shell and Secure FTP have that foundation of SSH as the underlying protocol. So not only does Secure Shell allow you that remote terminal communication, you can also have remote file transfer communication, and all of that communication will be encrypted using the SSH protocol over TCP port 22. Before we had encryption over SSH or Secure Shell, we used a non-encrypted form of terminal communication referred to as Telnet. This stands for Telecommunication Network, and it commonly uses TCP port 23. Visually, this looks almost identical to what we use with Secure Shell. The difference, however, is the communication that we're sending between our device and the remote station is all being sent in the clear. There's no encryption that's taking place across the network. This means that someone could potentially capture those packets and view everything that's being sent back and forth over the network, including your login credentials. It's for this reason that you don't commonly see Telnet being used on our network, and instead we'll use SSH to ensure that all of this communication will always be encrypted. Another important application on our network is the use of email. And of course, we need protocols to be able to transfer these emails from one email server to another. To be able to do that, we use SMTP, or the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. SMTP is commonly associated with server-to-server email transfers using TCP port 25. All of this traffic sent over TCP port 25 is sent in the clear, or in plain text. There's no encryption that's automatically configured when using TCP port 25. That's why many SMTP servers will use TCP port 587, which is SMTP using TLS encryption, or the transport layer security. SMTP is also used from client devices that are sending email messages, and it's often sending those to a mail server using this SMTP protocol. For receiving email messages and being able to manage your email inbox, we often use other protocols such as IMAP or POP3. So anytime that you are sending email or you're transferring email between email servers, you're probably using SMTP or the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol.
Oh, hey, man. Need some tickets? Yeah, you got two? Yeah, you just need your credit card.
Visa's fraud protection checks more than 500.
We don't often memorize the IP address of devices that we communicate with. Instead, we use the Fully Qualified Domain Name, or FQDN. And the way that we translate between the Fully Qualified Domain Name and the IP address is we use a DNS server, and that stands for Domain Name System. DNS commonly uses UDP port 53 to be able to perform this name query. So we'll ask a DNS server what the IP address of www.professormesser.com might be, and it will respond back with the IP address that your device can use to communicate to that server. For those small queries, we commonly use UDP port 53, but if there's a large transfer of data from one DNS server to another, we commonly would use TCP port 53. These DNS servers are obviously very critical resources because without them, we wouldn't be able to communicate to servers such as ProfessorMesser.com. This is also a very common protocol to find on the network, and if you take a packet capture, you're almost guaranteed to capture some type of DNS traffic. We've become very accustomed to simply plugging into a network or connecting to a wireless network and automatically being able to communicate across that network. But behind the scenes, there is an automatic IP configuration process using DHCP, or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is the protocol that allows us to automatically configure IP address settings for anyone that connects to the network. By default, DHCP uses UDP port 67 and UDP port 68. To be able to use DHCP, we need a DHCP server. At home, we commonly use a DHCP server that's integrated into an existing wireless router, but in an enterprise network, there are often standalone DHCP servers. We usually configure a pool of IP addresses on DHCP, and anyone who connects to the network will be automatically assigned an IP address from this available pool of addresses. There's also a lease time associated with this IP address, so you're only able to use that IP address for a certain amount of time. And if you are still using that address at the end of the leasing period, you can choose to renew that lease with the DHCP server. We can also configure certain devices to always receive the same IP address every time they connect to the network, and we associate that IP address with the MAC address of that device. We configure that in the DHCP server. That's often referred to as a DHCP reservation. All of this communication that occurs across the network for DHCP will almost always use UDP port 67 and UDP port 68. We talked earlier about the FTP, or File Transfer Protocol, that we use to send files from one device to another. And we described the process of authentication and the many different management functions associated with FTP. But what if you just needed to transfer a small bit of configuration information from one device to another? You don't need to view the name of a directory or change any of the file names. You simply need to transfer a small amount of information very, very quickly. To be able to do that, you might use TFTP, or the Trivial File Transfer Protocol, and by default, it uses UDP port 69. You'll often see TFTP used for very simple file transfers. Usually this is something that doesn't require any type of authentication or login process, so it may be something like a voice over IP device that has no IP address and no configuration. When you plug it into the network, it is powered on using power over Ethernet. It uses DHCP to get an IP address, and then it uses TFTP to be able to download the latest configuration file from the server. This is a quick and easy process. It transfers data without any extra overhead. It's able to do that very efficiently and very quickly using UDP port 69.
Building your cybersecurity stack isn't rocket science. Simply create your own security apps with Sola. Get answers to the security questions you really care about and act on them instantly. Set up custom alerts, build workflows, or create dashboards. And guess what? No code needed. Don't want to DIY that ish? Sola's app gallery has plug-and-play apps ready for you to use. And with Sola AI, you get your own super talented security wingman. It can do all the work for you. Whether you just need to tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack, Sola's there for your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Sola.
Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression. You take one antidepressant after another, and they aren't working for you. It's like you're going in circles. Turn to a different choice. Spravato is the only FDA-approved nasal spray taken with or without an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. Spravato can cause serious side effects, including sleepiness, fainting, dizziness, sweating sensation, anxiety, feeling disconnected, breathing problems, increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. Your healthcare provider must monitor you for serious side effects for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. There's risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of bleeding in the brain, or may become pregnant. Spravato may harm your unborn baby. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full alertness until the next day, after restful sleep. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in people 24 and younger. Spravato is not for use in children. It doesn't prevent suicide or suicidal thoughts or actions, relieve pain, or replace hospitalization. Call your doctor right away about changes in behavior, worsening depression, or thoughts of suicide. With fewer depression symptoms, you may begin to feel like yourself again. Ask your doctor about Spravato.
If you're communicating to a web server, you're probably using one of 2 different port numbers. This is using HTTP or HTTPS. This stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and it's a communication that is commonly associated with browser-based communication. If the information between your browser and the web server is being sent in the clear without any type of encryption, it's commonly using TCP port 80. If you need to perform encryption of that data, and that is probably the default for most websites that you'll visit these days, it is using SSL, that stands for Secure Sockets Layer, or a newer version of SSL referred to as TLS, or Transport Layer Security. If this is encrypted data, then it's probably using TCP port 443, which is sending HTTPS for security. Another thing you may notice with the devices that are connected to the network is they all tend to have the correct time and date, down to the second level. We're able to do that through an automated process called NTP, or the Network Time Protocol. Every device on the network, operating systems, routers, switches, and any other device, can use NTP to stay synchronized with their clock across all of those different devices. By default, NTP uses UDP port 123. Being able to synchronize these clocks is more than simply a convenience. In fact, it can be a very critical part of synchronizing log files between very diverse devices. This allows us to go back in time and piece together communications, even though that communication occurred on many different devices. This is a process that usually occurs automatically behind the scenes, and many devices will synchronize their clock multiple times during the day using the NTP protocol. You might also be able to configure this process. Maybe you'd like a device to update its clock every hour, or maybe simply updating once a day is sufficient. This is also a very accurate way to keep these clocks in synchronization. And usually we get about a 1 millisecond difference between devices that are all on the same network. This provides a level of granularity that's sufficient for most applications, and it's something that occurs automatically using UDP port 123 and the network time protocol. As a network professional, you'll be responsible for the uptime and availability of routers, switches, firewalls, and many other devices on the network. One way to manage those devices is through a protocol named SNMP, or the Simple Network Management Protocol. By default, SNMP uses UDP port 161 to query devices and receive information about how that device may be performing. For example, we might have a management station and we might be querying a device to determine how much traffic has traversed that particular device over a certain amount of time. And then it can provide us with a summary of how much data has been transferred over that time frame. We can then store that data, create graphs, reports, and other information that allows us to manage that device. You might also find that different versions of SNMP may be used on your network. Version 1 of SNMP is the original version. This allows your management station to perform a single query to this device and receive a single response, and all of this is sent over the network in the clear with no encryption. Version 2 of SNMP allowed for bulk transfers, so we can ask for many different variables from this device and receive a large group of data from that device, which simplified the network communication and made it much more efficient. But it didn't provide any type of encryption. All of this information is still being sent across the network in the clear. A more modern version of SNMP is what you may commonly find on your network today, which is version 3. This is a more secure standard for SNMP, which allows message integrity, authentication, and encryption of the SNMP data.
Limu, I drive. You help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
This is the new Dell AI PC, built for AI. It's like a trusted personal assistant. Learning your habits, keeping you on track. But it can't make your coffee yet.
One of the things you'll find with this default use of SNMP is the management station is interactively making a query and then receiving a response for that query. So it's up to the management station to initiate that communication. But it would be nice if these devices could identify problems and proactively send that information down to the management station. We can do that by using a feature of SNMP called an SNMP trap. This allows these notifications to be sent directly from these devices using UDP port 162. Many organizations may have hundreds or thousands of devices on their network. It may be a challenge to be able to keep track of what devices are on the network, what users are connecting to those devices, and how the relationship might be between the user and the device. We're able to maintain a database of all of these devices and all of these users through a protocol named LDAP. LDAP stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, and it commonly uses TCP port 389. LDAP allows us to very easily query these databases and retrieve information that we may have stored. There's also a secure version of LDAP called LDAP Secure. It uses TCP port 636. LDAP uses a hierarchical structure to be able to lay out the network and the devices. This is a graphical view of an LDAP database. It starts with the root of the database, which is the organization. In this case, the organization is Messer Studios. We've also grouped together like devices into organizational units. There is a production OU, a support OU, and an engineering OU. Within those organizational units, there may be common named devices. For example, there may be users such as Jack and Daniel, or there may be a database or storage device named TechDocs. We're able to organize and access these devices through this structure, making it a very common and simplified way of gaining access to this data. Microsoft Windows has some very unique features when it comes to data transfer. Microsoft stores information on the network in a file share. You can also share printers through Microsoft's operating systems, and there is also authentication built into this entire process. To be able to provide all of this functionality, there is a specialized protocol named SMB, or Server Message Block, to be able to share files, share printers, or authenticate to the network. You might also see this referred to as CIFS, or the Common Internet File System. SMB is integrated into Windows itself. You don't need to add additional software. There's no additional FTP or SFTP process. Instead, built into the Windows Explorer or the File Explorer within Microsoft Windows is the SMB functionality that allows us to access file shares, print to remote printers, block different files on the network, and provide processes for authentication and permissions for all of that data. Early versions of Microsoft Windows used the NetBIOS protocol to be able to facilitate this communication. But most modern versions of Microsoft Windows communicate directly across the network using IP, and TCP port 445 is the one that is usually associated with Server Message Block, or SMB. As a network professional, you'll find that you are constantly referring to logs that are being kept on your routers, your switches, your firewalls, your servers, and almost any other device that's connected to the network. One challenge is being able to consolidate all of these different log files to one single location, and there is a standardized protocol for transferring these log files called syslog. Syslog commonly uses UDP port 514 to be able to transfer this log data across the network. You'll often use syslog in conjunction with a security information and event manager, or a SIEM. This is a consolidation point where you can have all of your log files transferred into one single consolidated database. So if you're using syslog and transferring that over UDP port 514, you're probably transferring it to a very large drive array or some other device where you can collect that log information over an extended period of time.
Get the gear that works as hard as you do. The Blue Business Plus credit card with no annual fee. Terms apply.
We store a lot of very diverse information on our databases, but fortunately there is a very common form of storage and retrieval for those databases, referred to as a structured query language, or SQL. Some people refer to this as SQL. This SQL database uses a standard language that you can use to be able to query and retrieve information from that database. Microsoft has its own form of SQL database called the Microsoft SQL Server, or MS-SQL. It stands for Microsoft Structured Query Language, and very commonly uses TCP port 1433. There are other types of SQL databases you might find on your network, and they usually use different port numbers. So if you see TCP port 1433, then you're probably using a Microsoft SQL Server. Many of us start on the help desk to be able to provide support for our end users. And one way that we're able to view the remote desktop of those devices is through the use of RDP, or the Remote Desktop Protocol. RDP uses by default TCP port 3389 to be able to view that remote desktop. The Remote Desktop Protocol is commonly associated with a service that's running on a Windows device. But fortunately, there are many clients that can use RDP to connect to those Windows devices, so it's not unusual to find RDP clients for Windows, macOS, Linux, iPhone, Android, and many other operating systems. There are many different protocols used for voice over IP. One of the most popular is SIP. This is the Session Initiation Protocol, and it commonly uses TCP port 5060 and TCP port 5061. SIP is commonly used as the control protocol that we use when we pick up the phone, we dial the number, it initiates the phone call, and then when the phone call is over, it disconnects the session. You might also see SIP being used for extensions of voice over IP that provide video conferencing, instant messaging, and even file transfers. All of this takes place using SIP over TCP port 5060 and TCP port 5061.
Tackling your security concerns starts with a prompt. With Sola AI, you get answers to the security questions you really care about instantly. Get started with Sola, the AI you need to get security done.
There will be many times as a network professional when you'd like to know if a device is on the network and operating. And one protocol that can provide you with that is ICMP. This is the Internet Control Message Protocol. You can think of this as a way to check in with that device, very similar to sending a text message to see if you get a response back from someone. ICMP is another protocol carried by IP, but it doesn't use TCP or UDP. Instead, ICMP is its own protocol. Although ICMP can be used for a number of administrative tasks, it's most commonly associated with a way to send a message to a device to see if it's alive and operating on the network and see if you can get a response back from that device. Whenever you use the ping command to ping an IP address on the network, it's using ICMP to provide that ping functionality. But ICMP can also provide you with information about other things that may be happening on the network. For example, if you're trying to access a network that is not accessible from
Charles, how
ICMP
you
will give you a message that that network is not reachable. Or ICMP can tell you that the time to live that's inside of data that you've sent
He is alive.
received ICMP time exceeding from that device. Another common protocol on our network is
my surgery's at 1.
routing encapsulation.
I wish it was now. I'm starving.
So as a reminder, certification exam will certify you the successful candidate. That's all y'all's. And make sure you have the knowledge and the skills required to do establish network connectivity by deploying wired and wireless devices. I think a lot of these we went over before with the bullet points, and we still have to go over week 3's skills learned. Explain the purpose of documentation and maintaining the network documentation. I think we safely say it's good to document everything so you know where you left off at and what you changed. Configure common network services. We talked about data center, cloud models and platforms, and virtual networking concepts. Monitoring network activity and troubleshooting performance. We were talking about NetFlow, net analysis, network analyst. Has anybody looked up what a network analyst makes?
This is just a sample
that's when they're doing like Wireshark, right? They're watching traffic, bandwidth, all the cool stuff that could clog up your network. You become a pro by doing that behind the scenes. Yep, you're correct. They alert the SOC as well. Yep. So they are so much behind the scenes, but real time at the same time. They're watching everything. Michael says they make between 80 and 110K.
Yep.
Elaine says there's 90 to 128K on LinkedIn and more. Yes, and Mr. T says least interaction with customers. You're correct. Yep, they just do their job. They just come in. Now, if something gets past them, yeah, then they become the subject or the topic of conversation for the whole organization. Like, how'd you miss that, right? But hey, that's why you have AI that helps you out and scrub the traffic too. Kevin says, oh, what job is this? I hate customers. Yeah, you might want to do that network analyst.
Yeah. Check that out. Yeah.
Mr. T says they will have a field day for it. Yes, they will. They have to answer a lot of questions. So as we move on, this is what we're looking for. This is for the test details. Maximum of 90 questions. I think when I went in, I had like 62. But my PVQs made up a majority of those questions because, of course, they put all the PVQ, like they have a lot of questions within the PVQs. So it's multiple choice. You got 90 minutes, and this will give you the equivalent of 9 to 12 months of experience in the IT field. Now, to match that energy, make sure you do some hands-on. It says you may have the equivalent of the experience, but it reflects it if you can get some hands-on put in there. Go to your local Goodwill. Go to a local computer company that's getting rid of computers. I've got like 5 computers in my garage because a company was throwing them away.
Yeah.
And I said, nope. I got the monitors and all the computers. Nice. Like 7 of them, 7 or 8. Scooped them up. They had RAM and everything in them. I was like, yep, I got them. All you need to do is plug them in and redo what I want to do with them. So check around for local businesses that may be upgrading because they like to throw them away.
James, sir, have you ever like Frankensteined any of these and kind of like, you know what I mean? Like you're like, oh, the RAM works on this one and then this works on this one, kind of just.
Oh yeah.
Doing a combination of everything.
Yeah, because what you'll find, let's say one doesn't work, but you got all the parts and bits and pieces and other computers, right? So you'll just kind of take what you need and build, probably like you said, build a supercomputer, one that out of all the other ones. So that works too, because it's kind of like a hodgepodge of what you're going to get. So, and when they do tech refreshes, at least those computers are at minimum 4 years old that you're going to get. Yep. Now, don't be surprised if they take the hard drive. I had to buy hard drives now. They took the hard drives out of all of them, which they should have, right? So I just went on Amazon and bought a 512 gigabit hard drive for like $25 and put it in there. A SATA drive.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Good questions though. Domain 1, networking concepts, 23%. So if anything that you were studying, like we always say, study network troubleshooting. Edged it out by 1%. Didn't see that. So the troubleshooting domain is the first one I will go to go down and make sure I understood all the terms. and practical application. Network concepts comes in at a very close 23%, domain 1. So now we're at 5, 1, and then network implementation at 20%. So those are my top 3 that I will be studying. Top 3, right? So let's scoot down to domain 5. See if we can get down there.
And the entire fiber optic run is protected with a buffer coating around the outside.
All right. Network troubleshooting. Let's just talk about it. Let's have a conversation. Now we know that the 1201, 1202 exam, because it's new, you did not see the 6 steps of the troubleshooting process because they said it's common knowledge now for the 8+ exam. However, the N10009 has existed before the new 8+, so you won't need to know the 6 troubleshooting steps. Okay? Because they will present this and say, hey, here's the situation. Parents went away on a week's vacation. They got the keys to mom's new Porsche. Of course not. Will Smith. Parents just don't understand. Who caught the bars in that? Who caught the bars? Did you know Kevin did? He's like, wait a minute. This is not IT. This is Will Smith. Good catch. But you will need to know the 6 troubleshooting steps. First one, identify the problem. Now, in here, there's some sub-steps you need to do. You want to gather information, make sure you get down there, ask open-ended question the users, let them talk, let them talk, let them talk. Don't interrupt them, right? That's why you use open-ended questions. Sometimes they'll say stuff to them, it's not important, but to you, it's like, aha, it's an epiphany. Jesus says on the Peter Parker stuff, about to start bumping Switch, but yep, that's a good song. I got that on. Switch was a good song. Identify the symptoms. Determine that anyone else had that problem. Duplicate the problem. Approach multiple problems individually. Now, I do remember one question on there.
Prompting is hard work.
I can't remember exactly how it was posed, but it has something to do with the troubleshooting steps. In the fact that it said that users are experiencing multiple issues. Like, Mr. T can't get in to his web portal. Jesus can't even get a DHCP. He can't even get an IP address from the DHCP. Brian may have his monitors is jacked up. That's his problem. He's just trying to get his monitor to work. And let's say Michael is trying to get to the share drive. So like you got like 4 issues happening on one LAN. One LAN. So when it comes down to approach multiple problems individually, one of the answers for this question that you may see, what are you supposed to do? Well, the answer was approach multiple problems individually, one by one. Don't try to tackle them all at the same time. Because one problem and the solution may solve all the other solutions, may solve all the other problems. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So out of that, and this is where the prioritization comes from. Jesus can't get into his web portal. Mike can't get to the share drive. Brian's monitor's jacked up. Which one is the least of your problems?
So that we can recognize
monitor.
The monitor. Yeah. Leave that alone.
This twist in these 2
do they follow the same best practices, starting as simple as? Yes, they do, Kevin. Good question. Yep. But they want prioritization on how you solve these. Like Brian's monitor, he's just gonna have to wait, or he has to use somebody else's computer. That's how you solve that problem until you get to him. So now it's the network issue and the portal issue. Correct. Or emergency, urgent, normal. You are correct. So look at it that way, and that's the answer that you would give. Approach. Because I guaranteed if I solve Jesus's portal problem on the network, I think I used somebody with DHCP. Doesn't matter who though, right? It may solve the DHCP problem, right? All right. Next, step 2. Establish a theory of probable cause. Make sure you question the obvious. Consider the multiple approaches. That's when we're looking at top to bottom, bottom to top. Now let's look at this. Top to bottom, bottom to top. Which approach would you use? Brian's monitor doesn't work. Top to bottom or bottom to top?
To be able to easily determine the type
and you'll see a common theme in this. One is going to deal with hardware, where one starts with connectivity issues.
For example, you might find category 5.
So where would you place the monitor correct bottom to top of it, because this monitor is not working, connectivity somewhere. Where if Jesus can't get into his web portal, right? He's layer 8 getting into the application layer. He's typing something to get into something at the application layer. So his would be top to bottom. Now we know his is dealing with permissions, right? Some kind of permissions or security. Kerberos, certificates, identification certs. His key pair is wrong. There's something going on where it's not letting him in, right? So that's where you would start getting crypto is involved at those layers coming down. So that's why you would solve that problem. That's when you would use the OSI model. And if it's so diverse, we're talking about a major issue, like a 0 day or something. All of y'all just divide and conquer. Everybody out there at once is better than you don't have time for that. Everybody has to split up. Everybody has to split up, right? And come back. Next, the third step, test the theory and determine the cause. If the theory is confirmed, determine the next steps to resolve the issue. If the theory is not confirmed, start over, or escalate it. I'm one of those people that love to solve problems, and I will stay on it and get so entrenched, and I look up, it's 2 days later, and I let all my other work go, right? Don't do that. Unless you really can afford to, and you are super bored, and you have nothing going on. But in the real world, you're working with a team, you got to push that stuff up, because you're always going to have problems coming in. And this is stuff y'all do every day, any day, anyway. So it's just a reminder. And then establish a plan of action to resolve the issue. Potential effects. Implement the solution or escalate as necessary. Now, let's look at this one. You're going to see one on the exam. It says, Kevin, IT, has been called to the storage area network and notice that some of the servers are going down and CRC errors are real high. CRC.
Credentials.
This is a related question you might see on the N10009. What are CRC errors? Michael gave us a good example of these with the lane, talking about satellite connections and congestion. Y'all remember they gave a quick explanation of what they saw when they were working on these items.
Or perhaps even hazardous fumes if it was to catch on fire. If this was in a plenum that smoked,
correct. Cyclic redundancy check. At that point, Elaine and Michael both explained that if they were acceptable packet loss on a transmission, it was like 4 or 5 in his world, you could continue with that application, that network build, right? So those are cyclic redundancy checks. No network will have 0 cyclic errors. There is an acceptable limit. And these are collisions, and it's making sure it's fragmenting data. That's what it's doing. You can't have all that bouncing around, right? So the cyclic redundancy check. So it's saying after you've done that, you know what the issue is. You tested the theory. You know what the problem. What's the next step? Establish the plan of action to resolve. Meaning you may have to schedule downtime to switch out the SAN server or something, or fix it, or do what you need to do. So that's the example that you'll see on the N10009 about the troubleshooting steps. They'll give you a scenario, you have to read it, and they'll say, you've done this, or that hasn't been established yet, what's your next step? So that's why you have to know these.
Yeah.
There's like 5 of these on the exam, by the way. 5 questions that pertain to the troubleshooting methodology. Of course, once you implement the solution or escalate as necessary, verify system functionality. And here's the key word, implement preventive measures when applicable. Hint, hint, educating the user probably could be a preventive measure for it not to happen again.
Switch like this one. You can see there are a
Yep.
number of open interfaces.
Right?
Saw that.
Hey, Martin, hey, I fixed your problem.
Transceiver. That's
Can you do me a favor next time? Yeah, what's up? I notice sometimes that this happens all the time on the network, and it usually kind of takes up a lot of time to come down here, depending on what it is. Can you do me a favor and just kind of restart, unplug the network cable, put it back in, right? Now he's an ally. I'm training him so he doesn't feel like he has to wait for me. He does have the power to do a couple of things just to see if it works. That's the preventive measure, right? To make sure it doesn't happen again. So before he calls me next time, he'll do those 2 quick steps. Doesn't work, I already know he tried, right? So if it's next week, Martin calls me, hey James, I'm having the same problem. I assume you did this. Yep, I pulled it, put it back, turned power, nothing. Yeah, I figured that, because you wouldn't have called me if it was breaking again, right? So you'll see that. And then document findings and actions of outcomes. Any lessons learned through the process, all of that is in that repository, that ticketing repository. That is your best friend when you first land somewhere. Get credentials to get into that repository and network access. Your top 2 things you need to do.
But it does provide you with a way to plug into whatever network type you might need.
Okay, let's get into
type is the SFP type.
troubleshoot common cabling and the physical interfaces. So with the cabling issues, you have incorrect cable. Incorrect cable, what does that mean? What does incorrect cable mean? I got the right cable, I bought Cat 8.
SFPs are commonly associated with gigabit Ethernet. So that's 1
Miss T's like, okay, you got Cat 8.
of SFP called
So
enhanced.
what is the correct cable? Why is it so important to use the correct cabling?
But they support much higher speeds, up to 16.
Yep, 5E versus 7, big difference. Charles even chimed in on that one. From the bedside, boom! Charles with 5E versus 7. Compatibility, speed. Charles hit it again, speed, you're correct. You can have, if you got a gigabit, if you got a 100 Mbps NIC card over here, but you got gigabit speed over here, right? And using fast Ethernet Cat 5, you might have a problem. Even though it can handle gigabit speed, but you're trying to push too much. Correct bottleneck, distance. Distance is a big thing. The average run for cabling, 300. Was it 100 meters equals 328 feet. There's an obvious, you'll see it on a PVQ, allegedly.
The same thing applies for the SFP.
You just got done running cable, you connect it to the switch, you have a link light, the light is on. What does the light on mean? It's on. It's a steady on. It's not blinking, but it's on.
So,
you could have EMI concerns, but it being on, bingo. It just being on and solid, it says, Mike, you got connectivity, but I'm solid. Like, wait. It's just now his signal's not making it all the way. He has attenuation. He doesn't have a blinking light, meaning it's getting a signal.
yeah.
It's not blinking.
Yeah.
All right? Got the connectivity, solid amber light. No blinking, that means I'm not getting something, right? So look how far one of the PBQs you may be concerned with. The cable run is too far. They'll say, oh, the person just ran 500 feet of cable and wondering why it doesn't work. Okay, that might be it. Okay, then you have to do a drop down and say, what's the solution? Shorten the cat cable, maybe 500 something feet. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like data center issue to me. Yeah, you're right. So pick that one if you see it. All right. Then you have the shielded twisted pair, unshielded twisted pair. Somebody just said EMI. Charles said EMI concerns. Correct. That's why you want to make sure you use shielded versus unshielded twisted pair. Shielded twisted pair used around machinery, anything emitting microwaves, or use fiber. Correct.
Yeah.
Fiber is immune to that. Attenuation. That means the signal is losing its steam. I can't make it. I'm trying to make it to the other neck. Right? It can't make it to the other neck card. So you got to figure out why. Why is it not being pushed?
We also have other names that we associate with this.
Now for what you'll see for attenuation,
when you look at it.
Also refers back to the right cabling, cat cabling that you need to use. I like that, the walker. The packet's running out. Packet needs a walker, right? Remember, the megahertz have a lot to play with it. Megahertz is the frequency at which it pushes the digital signal.
On the connector to unlock it, and then it can be removed.
If ever presented with this on the exam and you see this situation where it's saying, I'm trying to push 30 gigabits per second, I might need 55 feet of cable for 6A. Excuse me, yes, he said 55 meters, excuse me, half. There's 100 meters and 55 meters. I might need 55 meters, but I need the cabling to have a high frequency to push the egg through the straw. Where if you're doing a 100-meter run, the frequency will be smaller to push everything. Does that make sense? You need a higher cable frequency to push the egg through the straw, but you'll have a shorter cable run. Whereas opposed, you'll have a long cable run, but the megahertz to push the data is lower. All right.
Another fiber on our list is the ST connector that stands for straight tip.
All right. Oh, we already covered cyclic redundancy check. Good job. Look at that. Let's look at the CRC, the different levels of what we have. What's the runts?
Easily get removed from the interface unless you
How big are the runts?
Schmeagle love wings.
How big? I couldn't help it, Mr. T. It was on the edge. There you go. 32 to 50. Somewhere in there. Banana run sounds good right now. I know, Charles. You can't unhear that. I know you can see me. Even though we can't see you, I know you're hearing all this. But careful with your appendix so it doesn't laugh, right? But Schmeagle loves appendixes. Okay, but that's what we got. How big are giants?
Into a smaller connection, and there is a connector type for that called the MPO.
Correct. Boom.
Fiber push on.
Leah dropped the mic.
The MPO are 12
15 to 92. Yes, thanks, Charles. How big? What is the size of it? So when you see runts on the exam, you might see 1550 to 92. I just want to clarify. Because maximum transmission unit for Ethernet is 1500. Right? So on the exam, they might say 1550 to 9200, just so you know, for giants.
Yeah.
Michael says, I remember Leah being on point with this lesson. Oh, yeah. Just killing it, murking it. Okay. What is the difference between, so we got 3 port states, or port status, excuse me, not states. error disabled, administratively down, and suspended. What is the difference between those three? What's error disabled? Let's dig deep. You have one question on the exam talking about somebody tried to plug in a computer, there was port security enabled, and this happened. So we need to know the difference between the three. You will get confused. Error disabled, what is that one? Even if you have to Google port status, error disabled. Port shut down by the switch, all right? That's when you have your port security on, right? You usually probably have a MAC address assigned to that port if it's a layer 2 switch, right? What's administratively down? Again, if you need to Google administratively down port status,
There could be breathable air, drinkable water.
what do you come up with? It's good for us to see it and hear it and read it. It reinforces all three. Port shut down by user and or administrator. So that means it's on purpose, right? Somebody had to go in there. There you go. It's closed by using no shut command. Yeah. All right. Now suspended. What y'all think? What you think, B Weezy?
What is that?
Suspended. Yep, network issues. Something's going on. Right? Mismatch. Yes. So clearly we see the difference in those three. You may think they're the same, but they're not. All right, good. Hardware issues. We'll move down to power over Ethernet. You could, when it says power budget exceeded, let's look at it this way. What's the most important thing that you need to have
but you'll also see RJ11 used for DSL connections
when building a computer to ensure if everything was maxed out on that motherboard, it could still turn on.
You can see the 6 positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are clearly marked, but you notice
Correct. The power supply unit. Okay? So if we think this about the power supply unit, and we have what they call a PoE switch, the switch will tell us how much wattage, volts, whatever it can push to the in item, right? So that means, yep, plus 20, at least 20% extra power. If everything was maxed out, you want it at least 20% higher, right? So if you can do that for building a PC, what's the difference between that and knowing what the PoE max is on a switch? You hook up something that requires so much power, it exceeds the power budget on the PoE device. Therefore, it won't work, right? So you have to make sure you look at that too. If you can also have the incorrect standard, you have to ensure, and that's what we're talking about. There's power over Ethernet switch, and then there's a regular switch that you're trying to plug in power over Ethernet. You're like, that don't work. Both ends have to be able to accept PoE. Now, what if you have an in item that you'd like to add to a PoE, but it has the incorrect power at one end? What do you use? What do you use to supply power to a non-PoE device? What is that called?
What's that called, a converter?
And twist it slightly to lock it in place. The NC in the BNC connector stands for Neil Consulman.
Injection! Yes, the injector. It is called the power injector. I am sure you will at least have one question on that. At least at minimum. Power injector supplies power to a non-PoE in item so you can use it with a PoE item.
it's not going to easily
Got it?
remove itself from that connection.
That was on the 1201?
Yep.
Okay, good. It might not show up on this one again. So I know it's between both one of those. That one question came up.
See where you would plug in the BNC connector.
Look it up, get eyes to make it, to make it make sense. Yeah, so that's the injector. Again, with transceivers, you can have mismatches and signal strength. Listen, let's not confuse what a transceiver is. Maybe if I said it this way.
This is the new Dell
Make sure your NIC card is not a mismatch. Make sure your NIC card has proper signal strength.
Okay.
Your NIC card is a transmitter and a receiver.
Yeah.
Transceiver.
Yeah.
See, I try to confuse you on this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, tricky.
Now, when they say signal strength, which transceiver are they talking about? The wired transceiver is the NIC card. So what is the transceiver that has signal strength?
We're going to look at a number of different network topologies and how those different network topologies.
We're all hooked to it. There's two ways. Yep, the router. Wireless router, to be exact. Wireless transmission. So you have to make sure it's putting out the radio frequency for the end item to connect, and it's able to ingest that, right? To receive that information going back. Way to go, Charles. Bedside points, 100 virtuals. Charles is racking up. All right.
This is what we use in most large networks to connect devices together.
Let's get down here.
Central device that is used
all right.
as a central networking component.
We'll do this and then we'll take a break.
Is all connecting
5.3.
A good example of a start.
Given a scenario, let's troubleshoot some switching issues. Rapid fire, what is ST?
Connect to that same Ethernet switch. If each of these spokes around the network would like to communicate with each other, they all must communicate through this central hub. A mesh network design is if one location or device connects to another location or device over more than one network connection. This means that we can have one link communicating to another.
Darn it, it does have to. You know what? I just thought about that. Shielded twisted pair is the same initials, isn't it? But we're talking about switching. So let me rephrase it. No, I kind of led you that way. I forgot it was the same initials. What is it when you have three routers that need to work together on a network? STP is what then? There you go. Spanning tree protocol. Yep. So what happens is you have the bridge port and the root port. Okay. Yep. Same but different. You have the root port and bridge port. Now, the root port is established after packets have been sent out, BPDUs.
Another part of the network may be point-to-point, and a third part of the network might be a mesh network. Once we combine all
BPDUs send out bridge protocol data units. They all work together, right? Just sent out on the bridge ports.
Switches at the top that are the spine of the network. There would be switches in the middle that are leaf networks.
Once they've established their hierarchy,
you'll notice that
becomes the root port.
To all of the leaves, and the leaves are connected to each of the spines.
Now what happens is you don't want the same. If you have three switches on the network, what's the one thing you do not want to happen? Because it'll cause a broadcast storm. What you do not want this to happen. If you have three switches, looping, meaning you don't want one of those switches sneaking back into, meaning having two connections coming back into the network. No. You only want them to be connected one time from one switch to another, creating your mesh, your star. The minute one of those, like if Elaine comes back from lunch, he's like, man, did I ever finish? Whatever. Let me just put this Ethernet port in here and then put it back. Boom. 30 seconds later, the whole network is down. He's like, darn, I just started a broadcast. Because he didn't check the configuration right. He didn't know I came in behind him and says, man, Elaine had this one. Let me finish configuring this thing. I didn't tell him. So he just came back in normally. So let me finish my job. Bop, bop. Then that's a double connection, right? So communication is paramount. I should have told him, but I didn't, right? Calls the broadcast storm, whole network went down. So that's what causes the network loops, aka storm, broadcast storm. The root bridge selection, that's the root bridge port. That is the common port that will create, that will finish the sequence of the switches being put in the hierarchy. You have to know your port roles and port states, bridge port versus root port. We already talked about port states, so we have to make sure everything is good to go. We may have to put in BPDU guard, bridge protocol data unit guard, making sure data unit guard is the bouncer at the club. Says switch A sends out BPDUs. Switch 2 sends out B sends out BPDUs. Switch 1 sends out BPDUs. They found out what the root port is and the bridge port. Bridge port sends it out. Now, they notices that the same switch is sending out multiple BPDUs and because it's been reconnected back into the network. The bouncer at the club, which is BPDU guard, says, hold up, homie. You been in here. Get out of here. You've been in here already. Move. You ain't bringing down my network. You understand how that works? So it's guarding the door. All right. You can have incorrect VLAN rapid fire question. I'm doing this on purpose. I need convergence in 30 seconds. What am I using?
Convergence in 30 seconds.
I need convergence in 30 seconds. What am I using?
The second tier
VLAN.
I need network convergence in 30 seconds or less. What am I using? Ooh, yeah. There ain't no more information. Darn it. Martin. You blew me up. Yep, rapid spanning tree protocol. Yeah, darn it.
These are switches that are usually located very close.
Y'all smart.
Usually on the same floor.
All right, here we go.
For example, and that access layer allows us to
incorrect VLAN assignment can happen as well.
Connects to the core of the network.
You get your switches done. Of course, switches are already come configured with VLAN assignment, right?
The downtown area of the city is the core of the city, and all of the major
switches do. They come out the box, right? Already done. Yeah. For VLANs.
In the center or
yeah, that's why.
That location.
Yes, but it's
Mike's thinking about it.
Yes, but it's default.
Some type of distribution method. For example,
yes, it's default.
Highway that might connect our homes to the downtown area. And our homes.
Now that's the question I wanted to see. Is this a managed switch or unmanaged switch? Great question. Yes. Yes. All right. That's the question I was looking for. So an unmanaged switch, I take it out of the box. It's usually like an 8 to 12 ports. It's real small. Now what happens with those is I can go in there and manage them if I want to. I can put a specific MAC on there or whatever I want to. I do very little. But all in all, it's gonna kind of like repeat traffic. It's gonna have a little routing table in there and stuff like that. If it can't find it in that switch, does a BPPU, a broadcast, right? Tries to find it if it's connected somewhere. Now manage. This is when you know, Mike wants to step his game up. He's like, oh, those little out the boxes are pretty cool. They do the job, but my network's getting bigger. I have one unmanaged switch, but my next network is growing. Now I have to add switches so they can work together, which is now spanning tree protocol.
Yeah.
Right? Now I need managed switches. I can't just rely on unmanaged. There's a lot more stuff we need to do. The minute I need to go into that CLI, that command line interface, enable, configure terminal. Ah, right? That's the key.
Yeah.
VLAN
10, right?
This allows for a more simplified design and hopefully
IP address range, start,
this is
right?
also a lot less expensive to implement because you have less
then I do
devices that you have to
end,
purchase and
Control
install
Z,
onto the network.
and then I do my show commands. What are my show commands doing? There's at least 4 you gotta know.
What is resilient if you happen to lose any of these
Show interface shows what's on that end. Show the VLAN, yep.
Flow of traffic within a data center, it's
IP.
important to know where the traffic originates and what the
This is
destination
what gets folks on the exam. I'm telling
One way to
you,
describe
I hear this all the
traffic
time
is
about
in
show commands.
east-west traffic flow. This
Because they
means
don't know what they're looking at. There's
destination
one big one where you got to
data
piece
flow
together
is all within the same
information
data.
from this
This
router,
also
this
means that we
switch,
probably
this
have
whatever,
very good response time
because they all
from
use
one
show.
device to another, since they're all located
To answer the
on
question,
same
each one has a little bit of information.
traffic
Shows
flow
you
is
port
one that
interfaces
is
and all kinds of
data
show
center
route,
coming into the data center from an
show
external
run.
source. You would refer to that
Yes,
as
yes.
north-south traffic. This would probably have a bit of a different security.
There's
posture
another one,
than
show
east-west
routing, show
traffic,
enough.
because we really don't know where
Show routing protocol.
Don't know who's gonna do what you did. He said, show enough. We can always count on it from him. Bedside manner. Look at this. He's a rugrat. Now, they have one that says, don't forget this one, show route table. Show route table.
All of that traffic
And
is within the data center and would be considered east-west traffic.
Or it's gonna say show routing table. It's one of those two, okay? Try both if you need to. But it will show you what has come in an interface and out another interface connection. Okay? Because routing tables are primarily built off forwarded, meaning if I have a switch, I'll just use my EQ for as an example. We'll pretend that these are ports, right? Got 5 knobs. Let's say I got 4 knobs. Interface 1, switch 0, interface 0. You'll see it as SW0, ETH0, ETH2, ETH3, ETH4. These are the 4 ports, right? So they all have a prefix of SW0, ETH1, SW0, ETH2, SW0. The naming convention is the same depending on the item you're working with, okay? So what happens is, it comes into this, they're built and is dependent on incoming correct. So if I have a router over here or switch over here, sending information comes in, knows what interface it came in, but it knows it has to leave out of 4 because it's connected to another switch over here. It will take that forwarded frame, read the header, know where it's going to the destination, knows it's on 4, boom, it just built the routing table. Now, it still put an entry here where it came in at, right? But it's going to show the interface over here from the other route. This is what screws up a lot of people. Okay? The interface you think is this one that it came in on. Is that right? No. It's the one it left from to come in. Get it? Because it has to remember how to go back.
Yeah.
So if you can remember that, it's kind of like you're one step ahead, one step back.
Let's now use this chart.
You're always thinking one step ahead, but think one step back, not where you currently are for routing.
First, let's write down this
That'll help you out.
decimal. So it's 0.000000010.
All right.
And of course, we want to know what the decimal.
Quick question. We have incorrect or duplicate IP addresses. Can we have duplicate IP addresses on the LAN?
No.
Can we? Yeah, we can. What's the bad part about that? IPv4. Two people have the same address. What's happening?
We're going to take the number just above that and bring it down onto the bottom line.
Just talk to the wall. Things won't work. Charles says road DH. He's right about that one. A road DHCP server could be trying to take over your traffic.
Yep.
Somebody has set up a road. Now you got to walk around and find it because they know the range. They used Angry IP, figured out some range of some IP addresses, and took yours. Okay.
in decimal.
Now, could you have duplicate IP addresses for IPv6?
Top of that, our conversion.
IPv6
Every place
duplicate.
there's a 0, we're going to pull that down and put a 0.
But why would it be the same? I would say
Uh-oh, he's typing. Here we go. B, he's looking it up on Google.
We only have 2 binary
Lane,
ones
here we
in
go.
this
He's
number,
typing.
and that's
Aaliyah.
associated with the 2.
I would say no.
and associated with the
Martin
1.
thinks no.
So we'll bring down the 128, we'll bring down the 2.
Who else
Add
agrees with
those
Martin?
together,
Can you
we've
have
got 130
duplicated
in decimal.
self-assigned
So binary
I would say no.
addresses in IPv6?
Yep, I would
Lane will
say
say
Same
no.
as 100
Well,
in decimal.
bingo.
Let's do one more
That's the key thing.
conversion.
Aaliyah just said at 11:56 a.m.
1111
Dad.
We'll bring
Dad
that
makes
binary
sure
value,
you
and
don't
on top
have
of
2
that,
of the
our
same
conversion chart. And
IPv6
because
addresses,
one of these spaces
which
is
now
a
explains
one,
that you
we're
can
going to
have
bring
2.
down
Computers
all of
can
the
make
numbers
mistakes
of our
and assign
conversion.
themselves
If we were to count
the same IP address if it's not monitored by Dad.
8 plus 4 plus 2 plus
Mm-mm.
1,
All right?
have the value of 200.
And that's what I wanted to come out in the conversation. Dad is for IPv6 addresses
Binary is the
to make
same as
sure you don't have 2 of the same.
255.
Now, if you're using IPv4, usually you fat fingered it.
But in reverse.
They didn't self-assign addresses. You actually put the wrong address pools in there. You got to go in there and figure out what you did wrong.
yeah.
IPv6 self-assigns their address by mistake twice. But if it's IPv4, you configured something wrong. That's on you. So you got to figure out what it is. Or your teammate did. They weren't paying attention.
Now we need to
All right.
determine which one of these binary values will be
And encrypt subnet mask.
a 1 to make up 154
And
decimal. And there's
anything
only
for
one
class A?
zeros and ones in this chart that would equal that decimal value.
Subnet?
We'll start on the right side where we have our 100.
Anything for class B?
And we'll ask ourselves, is 128 less than or equal to 154? This is
Anything
obviously
for
less
class
than
C?
154, so we'll put a 1 in that column and we'll bring down the 100 and
That's it. That's class.
Let's look at our next column
Oh.
of 64 and
I
we'll
don't change
combine that
nothing.
next column with
I
the
didn't change
numbers
nothing. I'm not changing no rules. I'm following the
in this
rules.
case, the number 128. So 128.
Yeah, it's like a
plus
pyramid, man.
64 is
Yep.
152.
Class A is 255.0.0.0. Class B is 255.255.0.0. Class C is 255.255.255.0.
192
Nothing to
is
see
more
here,
than
people.
154.
I follow the same private address, public address range if I'm an ISP, private if I'm an IT administrator. That's it. I don't make nothing up. Now, if I want to break the rules, that's different. That's when you start seeing that 0 at the end change. So you'll see like this.
It is not, so we'll bring down a 0 in that column. We'll continue with this process by looking at the 4th column, which is 16. We'll add that to anything that we brought down. So 128 plus 16 is 144. Is 144 less than or equal to 154? It is. So we'll put a 1 in that column and bring down the 16.
I'm breaking the
At
rules.
Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's
Breaking the
guaranteed
rules.
fresh and down low prices.
In the CIDR address on the Class A, you'll see 255.128. 255 is the network part. 128
King Supers,
is the
fresh
subnet
everyone.
mask. Class B, 255.255.128. 0 is reserved. It's the 3rd octet.
Column is the 8. So we'll add
128 is the subnet mask. The first 255s is the network. The last one, 255.255.255 network. Last one, subnet mask, Class C. That's when you know, if you see that trash right there, like, oh yeah, that's CIDR. That's all you need to know. There's no 0. The zeros are gone. That's when you know you're dealing with CIDR. Your minds will automatically switch to, yeah, somebody made these up. Okay? So that's the easy way to tell the difference. All right? Correct, Michael. Now you're in class list when you start seeing that trash. You're like, oh heck, somebody just sat down with a chart.
Yeah.
Right? All right, so it's 12 o'clock. Every time we do review, it just flies, doesn't it? Time just flies.
And if we add up everything
Love
in
it.
that last row, we see it does.
All right, so let's go ahead and take 10, and I will see you back. Yeah, it is a lot.
what
Is
the binary
see back
value of
tenants.
this is, and it would be 1001 1010. If we look at 154 decimal, we know that that is exactly the same as 1001 1010 in binary. With these 8 individual bits, we can convert any number between 0 and 255. So take any number you would like, put it into this particular format, and see if you can perform the conversion between binary and decimal. As you're increasing the number of bits in a binary value, you're increasing the total possible number of decimal results. For example, if you have 2 bits, there are only 4 possible outcomes: 00, 01, 10, and 11. And if you were to perform that conversion between binary and decimal, that's the same as 0, 1, 2, and 3. If you have 3 bits, then you can have 8 possible outcomes. If you use 4 individual bits, you have up to 16 different options. 5 bits moves you up to 32, 6 would be 64, 7 bits is 128 possible options, and if you were to increase the number of bits into 9 bits, 10 bits, 11 bits, and so on, you would also increase the total decimal number. You can see that this value is listed in this chart, and notice that I've also added the powers of 2 on top of this. This is effectively what we've been doing the whole time. 2 to the 0 power is 1, 2 to the first power is 2, 2 to the second power is 4, 2 to the third power is 8, and so on. So as we increase this powers of 2, we are also increasing the total decimal value. If you've done anything with networking, then you've probably run into an IP version 4 address. In this video, let's look at the different configuration options for IP version 4. The IP address is the unique identifier that every device on the network must have if it wants to communicate using that IP protocol. An IP address is a series of 4 numbers separated by a period. This would be something like 192.168.1.165. To be able to properly communicate on the network, every device needs to have its own unique IP address. The IP address is combined with another value referred to as the subnet mask. The subnet mask is also a 4-octet value, for example, 255.255.255.0. The subnet mask is used in conjunction with the IP address to determine what IP subnet this particular device is on. This isn't something that's usually transmitted across the network. It's instead used by your local device to make the determination of what devices are local on this IP subnet and what IP addresses may be outside of this local IP subnet. This becomes especially important when you need to send traffic outside of your local subnet, and you do that through the use of a default gateway. The default gateway is the IP address of a device that's on your local subnet that allows you to communicate outside of this subnet. For example, if we have an IP address of 192.168.1.165 and a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0, a common default gateway could be 192.168.1.1. This is an IP address that is configured and assigned to the router on your local subnet by your network administrator, and it must be an IP address that is on your local network. There are also other IP addresses you should be familiar with. One of these is a loopback address. This is a way to define your local device without having to know a specific IP address. Every device on the network has a loopback address, and it's a number that is between 127.0.0.1 through 127.255.255.254. So if you wanted to ping your local device, you could ping 127.0.0.1, and hopefully your local device would be able to respond to you. This is often used to confirm that your local IP stack is working properly, and it would then be able to communicate to other devices. We also have a range of IP addresses that we've set aside as reserved addresses. This is a range of IP addresses that should never be assigned to other devices. They're used for future use or for testing in the future. This range of reserved addresses is 240.0.0.1 through 254.255.255.254. Anything that is a Class E address is also a reserved address. We'll talk about classes of addresses in just a moment. And another address type you might run into is one that is not real. It's a virtual IP address, or a VIP. Virtual IP addresses are not associated with a physical Ethernet adapter. Instead, VIPs are addresses that you would assign to the internals of a device so that you can always reference that device using that virtual IP address. For example, you might assign a VIP to a virtual machine, or the VIP may be part of an internal address that you're associating with a particular router.
You use your phone for pretty much everything.
Gemini, check my calendar. When's the last time we saw the groomer?
So shouldn't it help you with pretty much everything?
The last time you were at the groomer was 3 months ago.
Don't give me that look. You're going to the groomer, bud.
Get the gear that works as hard as you do. The Blue Business Cash Card with no annual fee. Terms apply.
The IP protocol and IP version 4 operate at OSI layer 3. So anytime you're working with an IP address, you're working at that network layer of the OSI model. Let's break apart an IP version 4 address and really see what it's made of. Let's take the address 192.168.1.131. We refer to these 4 values as octets. That's because they consist of 8 individual bits. And you can see the representation of that same IP address broken out into those 4 groups of 8 bits. Sometimes you'll see these 8 bits broken out and described as 1 byte, or sometimes 1 octet. So if you were to count up all of these bits, there are 32 total bits in an IP version 4 address, and that is the same as 4 bytes or 4 octets. Since each one of these individual groups inside of IP version 4 consist of 8 bits, the maximum value that you would ever have in decimal for any of these groups would be a maximum of 255. In the early days of networking, we had to manually configure the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway all in a manual way. We had to visit that device, change the configuration file, and then that device would be able to communicate on the network. If anything changed with our network configuration, or we needed to change the IP address of that device, we had to revisit the device and manually make those changes. Today, of course, we can plug in any of our devices and it automatically receives an IP address. The way that we are able to receive this automated IP addressing is through a protocol known as DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. When we plug into a wired Ethernet network or a wireless network, and we're automatically able to communicate out to the internet, it's because we've received all of our IP configuration settings via DHCP. But if you've ever connected to a network that does not have a DHCP server, you may notice that you're still assigned an automatic address. But this address is not quite as capable as a DHCP address. Instead, it's what we call a link local address because it can only communicate to other devices that are on your local subnet, and we cannot route that.
All right, we are back from break. So what we'll do is just go ahead and work on our personal assignments, finals, anything that you need to submit, and ride that until.
Local address is assigned through a process.
If you need anything, let me know.
Automatic private IP addressing, or APIPA. This range of IP addresses automatically assigned through APIPA is 169.254.0.1 through 169.254.255.254. There are also reserved sections of that range. The first and last 256 addresses are reserved and they're not assigned to end stations. So if you receive an APIPA address on your device, it's between 169.254.1.0 through 169.254.254.255. Just as DHCP works automatically to assign your address, APIPA also has an automated process to assign this address. It uses ARP to confirm that no one else on your local network has that linked local address. And if nothing responds to that address resolution protocol query, then it will assign a random number between that functional block. One of the challenges with IPv4 is that there are far more devices in the world than there are IP version 4 addresses. And in recent years, we've used up all of the available blocks of IP version 4 addresses. There are no other IP version 4 addresses that can be assigned in these blocks, so we need to find other ways to be able to communicate via IP version 4. One way that we've been able to extend the functionality of IP version 4 is to create an assignment of IP address ranges that can only be used on the inside of a network. We refer to these as a private IP address range, and anything that is a private IP address cannot be routed on the public internet. Fortunately, these are very large ranges, and we're able to use those ranges on the inside of our corporate networks. If you were to look at the IP address that's assigned to your device right now, it's likely that it's a private IP address. So if your device is currently using a private IP address and you're watching this video on the internet, how are you able to communicate on the internet with an address that is not able to be routed across the internet? We're able to do that through a functionality called network address translation. This allows us to convert a private IP address into a public IP address and use that public IP address to communicate on the public network. We'll learn more about network address translation as we go through this training course. If you want to learn more about private IP addresses, you may want to reference a request for comment, or RFC. RFC 1918 is the standard that defines these ranges of private IP addresses and how they can be used on our networks. If we were to look into the details of RFC 1918, you would see 3 different ranges have been set aside for private IP addressing. These 3 ranges are 10.0.0.0 through 10.255.255.255. And if you were to count up all of the possible addresses in that range, it would be over 16 million addresses. We often refer to this as a single Class A block of addresses, and we often write it as 10.0.0.0/8. If you were to write out the subnet mask of that /8 address, it's 255.0.0.0. This means the host size of this particular IP address range is 24 bits in length. Another range is 172.16.0.0 through 172.31.255.255. This gives us a total of just over 1 million addresses that we can assign in 16 contiguous Class B address ranges. If we were to write this out in CIDR block notation, it would be 172.16.0.0/12. The decimal subnet mask for a /12 network is 255.240.0.0, which means our host ID size is 20 bits in length. And the last range is 192.168.0.0 through 192.168.255.255. This allows us to assign over 65,000 addresses as part of 256 contiguous Class C address ranges. The CIDR block notation for this would be 192.168.0.0/16, and that /16 subnet mask is the same as 255.255.0.0. Half of this address is assigned for hosts, so your host ID size is 16 bits in length. As we step through the next series of videos, you'll learn more about CIDR block notation, the different classes of IP addresses, and other details that you see associated with these private address ranges.
You've got a big day, and you need to smell fresh. That's why the all-new Unstoppables gives your clothes a 24-hour non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk. Unstoppables fresh. Smell unstoppable.
That's Lee Rayvon. Lee Rayvon. Now and again, he gets in over his head. FX is The Lowdown. Now streaming on Hulu.
When you start working with IP version 4, one of the things you'll hear about are classes of IP addresses. And in casual conversation, we might even refer to an address as a Class A address, a Class B address, or a Class C address. This was a method of describing an IP address as it related to its subnet mask. Anything that is a Class A address has 8 bits assigned for the network address and 24 bits that are associated with the host address. This means that the subnet mask for a Class A address would be 255.0.0.0. A Class B address default subnet mask is 255.255.0.0, and the default subnet mask for a Class C address is 255.255.255.0. This style of class-based subnetting is one that we have not used since 1993, but we still refer to some of these addresses in a very colloquial sense. And although you may hear someone refer to an address as a Class A address or a Class C address, in reality, we no longer use a class-based form of subnet masking. So if we don't use classes, why are we doing a video on class-based networking? That's because these classes do act as a starting point when we begin any type of subnetting on our networks. If you're going to subnet a network, it's important to know where to begin the subnetting process. This class-based system is the starting point. These Class A, Class B, and Class C addresses have an obvious demarcation between the network part of the address and the host part of the address. With Class A, that line is drawn after the first 8 bits. In a Class B address, that line is after the first 16 bits. And in a Class C address, that line is after the first 24 bits. Here's a table that defines the different subnet classes for Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D, and the reserved Class E. And you can see if you look on the right side, the default subnet masks are the ones we just saw, where Class A has a default mask of 255.0.0.0, Class B is 255.255.0.0, and Class C is 255.255.255.0. The way that you can look at an IP address and tell immediately what class that IP address is associated with is the very first octet of the address. If the decimal octet is between 0 and 127 as the first number of that IP address, it's a Class A address. If the first number of the IP address is between 128 and 191, that's a Class B address. And if the first number is between 192 and 223, that is a Class C address. If you were to look at that address in binary, if the first bit was 0, it's a Class A address. If the first bits are 10, it's a Class B address. And if the first 3 bits are 110, it's a Class C address. Class D addresses are used for multicast communication, and therefore they are not assigned to an individual device. But there is a range for Class D addresses, and that is between 224 and 239, or the first 4 bits of a Class D address are 1110. And there is a range of IP addresses that are not used for any purpose. This is a reserved range. We refer to this as the Class E range, between 240 and 255, or the first 4 bits of 1111. So based on that chart and those ranges of IP addresses, let's see what class a particular IP address would be part of. Let's start with the IP address of 17.22.90.7. To be able to determine the class, we need to look at the first octet, which in this case is the number 17. And if you refer back to that chart, the number 17 is in a Class A address. Let's do another one. IP address is 220.10.77.40. If we look at that first octet, it is 220, and 220 is in the C class. The next IP address is 165.245.0.1. We need to look at that first octet. In this case, that's 165, and 165 is in the range of a Class B address.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like, somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
Next on our list is 128.90.10.2. That first number is 128, which means that is also a Class B address. The IP address of 191.77.24.250 has the first octet as 191, and if we refer to our chart, 191 is in the range of a Class B address. And lastly, 192.1.12.5, we're looking at that first octet of 192, which falls in the range of a Class C address. When you start calculating an IP subnet, there are 4 different values that are very important to know. The first is the IP address associated with the network address. This is the one that defines all of the other devices on this particular subnet. To calculate a network address, you set all of the host bits of that address to 0 and then determine what the decimal representation of that might be. The second important piece of information you need for an IP subnet is the first usable host address on that subnet. This is always going to be one number higher than this previously defined network address. You also need to know the network broadcast address. This is the last IP address of this particular network address. To be able to calculate the network broadcast address, you would set all of your host bits to 1, which is the same as 255 decimal, and perform the conversion between the binary and the decimal. And just as you need to know the first usable host address on the network, you also need to know the last usable host address. And to calculate that, you look at the network broadcast address, and it's one number fewer than the broadcast address. So let's calculate those 4 important subnet values. And let's start with the IP address of 10.74.222.11. If we look at our chart, we know that this starts with the number 10, therefore this must be a Class A address. And the default subnet mask for a Class A address is 255.0.0.0. Since we're using this Class A subnet mask, we know that everything that's on the left side of our bar, or this first octet, is going to be our network address, and everything on the right side will be associated with the host ID. So let's add those to our chart. We have a network column and a host column. Obviously, the 10 dot is going to be in the network column. That's what's on the left side of that bar. And then everything on the right side is going to be the host address. We first need to calculate the network address, and to do that, we set all the host bits to 0. This means that everything in that second column will be 0, and the network address, therefore, will be 10.0.0.0. The first host address is one more than the network address, so our first host address would be 10.0.0.1. To calculate the broadcast address for this subnet, we set all the host bits to 1, which means that the broadcast address is 10.255.255.255. And as you recall, to calculate the last usable address on this subnet, we need to subtract 1 from the broadcast address. So the last usable address on this network is 10.255.255.254. With these 4 values, you'll be able to determine the network address. You'll know if an IP address happens to be one of the usable addresses within that range, and you'll know what the last or broadcast address is for that entire network. Let's do another one. In this case, the IP address is 172.16.88.200. If we look at that first octet, we can see that that is a Class B address, which means the default subnet mask for this network is 255.255.0.0. This means that we would draw our line right in the middle between the first 16 bits and the last 16 bits. So everything on the left side is associated with the network address, and everything on the right side is associated with the host address. Now let's perform those exact same calculations. We want to determine what the network address is, so we will set all host bits to 0. This means that the network address for this particular subnet is 172.16.0.0. To be able to calculate the first host address, we need to add 1 to that value, or 172.16.0.1. To calculate the broadcast address, we set all host bits to 1, which means the broadcast address for this subnet is 172.16.255.255. And to define the last usable host address on this network, we subtract 1 from the broadcast address, which means the last usable address is 172.16.255.254. Let's see if we figured out this process and step through another IP address, in this case, 192.168.4.77. Looking at this first octet of 192, that fits into the range of a Class C address, which means the default subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. If we were to draw our line, the network side of the address is the first 3 octets, and the host side is the last octet. Let's put that into our chart. So our first 3 octets, 192.168.4 is the network side, and .77 is the host side. To be able to calculate the network address, we set all host bits to 0, so the network address for this particular subnet is 192.168.4.0. If we add 1 to that address, we get our first host address of 192.168.4.1. To be able to calculate the broadcast address, we set all host bits to 1, which means the broadcast address is 192.168.4.255, and if we subtract 1 from that broadcast address, we get the last host address, and that would be 192.168.4.254. Although we no longer use class-based subnetting, we can still use this same process when we look at anything that may be class or non-class based. And as we go through our additional subnetting videos, you'll notice that the same process is used over and over again, regardless of the IP address and the subnet mask.
Picks up! We're trapped by dishes!
Don't worry, they've got new John Power suds. It traps, locks, and removes 99% of grease, so it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Clean and stacked.
Like ducks in a row, new John Power suds.
If it feels like your phone hasn't changed in years, maybe it's time to change your phone.
In a previous video, we talked about class-based subnetting and how IP addresses could be assigned a Class A, Class B, or Class C address. But since 1993, we've not used class-based subnetting. Instead, we use classless subnetting. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as classless interdomain routing, or CIDR. This classless addressing means that we can assign a subnet mask that doesn't fall into those same Class A, Class B, or Class C arrangements. And instead of referring to the subnet mask in its decimal form, we can simply refer to it as the number of bits. That number of bits is referred to as a CIDR block notation. For example, a decimal subnet mask of 255.0.0.0 is the same as a /8 CIDR block notation because it has 8 individual bits as part of the subnet mask. So it would be very common to see an IP address written as 192.168.1.44/24. Everything with the /24 is referring to the number of bits in a subnet mask, and a /24 mask would be the same as 255.255.255.0. When you're configuring a device, you're often giving it an IP address, a subnet mask, a default gateway, and very often a series of DNS servers. Most of the time, an operating system is expecting you to put the subnet mask in as a decimal mask. So for example, in Windows, you may put the IP address and then you might add in the decimal version of the subnet mask. But if you're using a router or a switch, it may be expecting the CIDR block notation for those masks. So instead of using 255.0.0.0, you would simply input /8. Make sure you check the documentation of the device you're using to see what notation it prefers for the subnet mask. As you've probably seen in our previous examples of subnet masks, the mask consists of a contiguous series of 1s followed by 0s. So the 1s would be on the left, the 0s would be on the right. For example, here is a subnet mask. You can see the contiguous set of 1s on the left and the 0s that are on the right. In this example, you can see 3 separate octets that are set to 1. So there are 24 1s in this particular mask, and there are 8 0s at the end. If we were to write this out in decimal, it would be 255.255.255.0. And if you were to write this out in CIDR block notation, you would count how many 1s are associated with this subnet mask. In this case, there are 24, so the CIDR block notation would be /24. The subnet mask is obviously used to separate the network part of the address from the host part of the address. So for this particular subnet mask, the network address is 24 bits in length, and the host address is 8 bits in length. Let's convert a binary subnet mask to one that is the CIDR block notation for a subnet mask. And we'll take this subnet mask that we have on the screen, which has all 1s in the first 2 octets and all 0s in the last 2 octets. If we were to count the number of 1s in this subnet mask, we have 8 in the first octet, 8 in the second octet, none in the third, and none in the fourth. That means the total number of 1s in the subnet mask would be 16, so the CIDR block notation would be /16. This means that the first 16 bits of this subnet mask are associated with the network, and the last 16 bits are associated with the host ID. Let's do another one. In this example, the first 3 octets are all ones, but the last octet has 2 ones and 6 zeros. So let's count the number of ones in this subnet mask. There are 8 in the first octet, 8 in the second octet, 8 in the third octet, and 2 that are in the fourth octet. If we count all of those together, we have 26. So the CIDR block notation of this subnet mask would be /26. The /26 means that the first 26 bits of this address are the network part of the address, and the last 6 bits are reserved for the host ID. And here's one more. In this subnet mask, we have the first octet of all ones. The second octet has 4 ones and 4 zeros, and then the third and fourth octets are all 0. Since we are counting number of ones, we have 8 in the first octet and 4 in the second octet, and if you count those together, the subnet mask in CIDR notation would be a /12. That means that the first 12 bits are for the network ID, and the last 20 bits would be for the host ID. We've looked at the subnet mask in binary, and we've calculated the CIDR block notation, but we often refer to the subnet mask as a decimal value. If we were to convert these binary subnet masks into a decimal value, there are only a certain number of these that you would run into. For example, all zeros would obviously be a decimal 0, but anything that starts with a binary of 1 and the rest zeros would be a decimal of 128. If there are 2 ones, it's 192, 3 would be 224, and so on. This means that you could create a chart that shows all 8 of the bits within a single octet and what the decimal equivalent would be. We can now use that chart to calculate the CIDR block notation and what the decimal representation of that subnet mask would be. So let's look at a subnet mask of all ones in the first octet. There are 4 ones in the second octet, and the rest of this would be all zeros. If you refer to our chart, you can see that all ones is 255, 4 ones and 4 zeros would be 240, and then of course all zeros would be 0. And if we were to count the number of ones, we know that correlates back to a /12. So a /12 CIDR notation is the same thing as 255.240.0.0 in decimal notation. And of course, since there are 12 ones, the network section is 12 bits in length, which leaves the remaining 20 bits available for the host ID. Let's look at a subnet mask we've not seen yet. This one is all ones in the first octet, all ones in the second octet. There are 3 ones in the third octet, and of course the rest of this is zeros. If we look at our chart, we can see that of course all ones is 255, and in the octet that has 3 of these ones, we refer to the chart, that is the same as 224 in decimal. And obviously all zeros in binary is the same as 0 decimal. If we then count the number of ones in all of these octets, they all add up to 19, so your CIDR block notation would be /19, which corresponds back to the decimal representation of 255.255.224.0. This of course means that the network part of this address is 19 bits in length, and the host section is 13 bits in length. Of course, we can do this in reverse as well. Let's say that we have a subnet mask that's been given to us as a /26 in CIDR block notation. If we were to write this out in binary, that means that we would have all ones in the first 3 octets and 2 ones in the last octet. And if we were to refer back to our chart, all ones would obviously be 255, and the last octet that has 2 ones correlates back to a 192 in decimal. So a /26, where your network ID is 26 bits in length and the host ID is 6 bits in length, is the same as a /26 in CIDR block notation, or 255.255.255.192 in decimal. Let's do another one where we've been given a /20 in CIDR block notation. That means there are 20 ones in this particular subnet mask. So your first 2 octets are all 1, and third octet has 4 ones and 4 zeros, and of course the last octet will be all 0. If we refer to our chart, we know that the decimal version of that binary subnet mask will be 255.255.240.0, which is the same as a /20 CIDR block notation. That means the network part of this address is 20 bits in length, which leaves us 12 bits available for host IP addresses.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
It's made handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers.
In this video, we're going to look at a detailed calculation of subnets and hosts using IP version 4. If you stumbled across this video, I highly recommend you go back and look at our video on binary math, classical subnetting, and IPv4 subnet masks. As we've been going through these subnetting videos, you may be asking yourself, why do we have to go through this process of calculating IP addresses, their mask, looking at default gateways, and understanding what the first and last available IP address might be? Well, that's because it would be functionally impossible to have one device that would know where every other device in the world might be. Instead, we create smaller networks and we build routers that are able to get information between all of these smaller networks. This allows us to communicate to anywhere in the world without knowing exactly where that destination location might be. We simply send out the packet, and the routers every step of the way allow us to get that information to the final destination. Well, this means that we need to create these smaller networks, and we do this by using a process known as VLSM, or Variable Length Subnet Masks. As the name implies, these subnet masks are not like the class-based networks that we looked at earlier, which have a very fixed number of bits in the subnet mask. Instead, we can create a subnet mask that has a different number of bits on every network, therefore creating a variable length of a subnet mask. This means you, as the network administrator, can build a network that is exactly the right size with the right number of networks and the right number of hosts. And you have complete control over what the subnet mask might be for that network. This is a lot like cutting a pizza into smaller pieces. How many pieces do you need in the pizza? Should the pizza be cut in 2 pieces? Should it be 4? Should it be 8? Or should it be even more than that? If we apply this to IP, we can look at a Class A network, which has 10.0.0.0 and a subnet mask with a /8. But if we wanted to cut that pizza into smaller pieces, we might have a subnet mask of a /24 or even a /26. Since we're using a different number of bits than 8 in the subnet mask, we're using a variable length subnet mask that we can define to be whatever we'd like. Let's perform some of this variable length subnet masking, but let's first look at the default subnet mask for a Class A address. This would be 10.0.0.0. The default is Class A, since that starts with the number 10, and the default subnet mask for that would be 255.0.0.0. This would be the default subnet mask if all we did was have classful addressing. If you were to look at this classful address in binary, the first 8 bits would be 1, and the remaining bits would be 0. In decimal, that means it would be 255.0.0.0, and if you were to use the CIDR block notation, this would be a /8 subnet. This means that the network bits would be those first 8 bits of the address, and the host bits would be the last 24 bits of the address. Since this is a /8 subnet mask, we are drawing our line after those first 8 bits of the subnet mask. But in reality, of course, we could pick a different number of subnet bits. We just need to decide what works best for our network. For example, let's draw our line right after the 3rd octet. This means that we still have our default first 8 bits as part of that Class A address, but we're going to borrow the middle 16 bits as what we call our subnet bits. This means those subnet bits would now be turned into 1, and the host section of the IP address would shrink down to 8 bits. This means that the decimal subnet mask would be 255.255.255.0, and the CIDR block notation for this new subnet mask would be /24.
Growing up, my mom always told me to do what you love. She's my hero. I constantly call her. I'm like, Mom, I need to use your brain. She's my first and best business partner. Genne means of the mother. We called it Genne because we're teaching mother tongues of Africa. You can learn a language and learn how to cook. Good loving, ooh, baby, just see I love you.
I'm a dreamer. I've always been a dreamer. I was born in Wichita, Kansas. My parents are Nigerians, Igbos. So Igbo is my parents' ethnic language.
I didn't learn how to speak Igbo growing up because my mom was so busy with life.
But I could tell them, don't do that, don't do this in Igbo.
What prompted us to create Nkenne was a pandemic. I'm a musician and my tour was postponed, so there was just time to do different things.
Mama, what are you cooking?
So I'm gonna cook African donuts.
Oh, the competition is gonna be fierce.
Suddenly I realized I really wanted to learn Igbo, but I couldn't find anything online or on an app. So I thought maybe this could be a great opportunity to create something for people who might want to learn African languages as well.
Language is music, so I knew you'd be good at it.
We've been doing a lot of these calculations in binary, and then we've been converting that binary back to decimal. But that process tends to take time, and one of the faster ways to perform these calculations is to look at a list of the powers of 2. For example, you can look at 2 to the first power is 2, 2 to the second power is 4, 2 to the third power is 8, and so on. If you want to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts, you can calculate the number of subnets as 2 to the number of subnet bits, and the number of hosts per subnet would be 2 to the number of host bits minus 2. That subtraction for the 2 means that we are subtracting the number that we would use for our network address and the number that we would use for our broadcast address. Everything in the
Okay,
middle
as
would be
promised, while y'all are doing what you're doing, we're going to go
let's
over
now use this chart
digital
with our
certificates
powers
with
of 2 to
PKI.
calculate
So
the
I have a
number
quick
of
video I'll
subnets
show for
and
that.
the
You
number
might
of
see that
hosts per
as
subnet.
related to
Let's take
certificates,
the
where
IP
they're stored
address
at, how they work.
10.1.1.0/24.
So here we go.
If we perform our calculation in binary, we would write out all 24 of those bits as ones, and the last 8 bits would be...
One of the big challenges to using asymmetric encryption is the fact that, well, if you're going to do asymmetric encryption, you're going to generate a public keys will be read this time, and a private key. So you're going to generate this key pair. Now, in this particular example, let's say that I'm a web server and I own a company called Total Seminars, and the website is www.totalsem.com, and I want people to be able to buy stuff on my website. So I want to set up a secure web server. So in the most simple world, what I would do is I would generate a public and private key pair, and anytime anybody logged into my website, I would automatically just send them this public key, and then that way we could start asymmetric encryption. Well, that's a problem. That's a big problem. The problem with asymmetric encryption is the public key. If you get a public key from somebody, and by the way, when you log into a secure website, when you type in https://www.ebay.com, you automatically get the public key sent from that website straight to your system, okay? So it's not like your email where we'd have to send it via an email or anything like that. But the problem is do you, as a person who is running a little web client, do you know that this public key is for www.ebay.com? Yeah, it may say it up on the screen, but there's ways to get around that. So the problem with asymmetric encryption is not the public-private key. That works pretty much perfectly. The problem is in the key exchange. How do you know, A, where did this public key come from? And B, is it the person that you think it is? So there's two problems here. So in order to get around this, there's actually something really cool I want to tell you about. Now remember, we've said in previous episodes that you always encrypt with the public key and you decrypt with the private key. And that's true, but I'm going to let you in on a little secret. There is no difference between a public and a private key. I mean, they're different numbers. They're just binary strings, and they're different binary strings, but there's nothing special about the public key that it can only encrypt. There's nothing special about the private key that it can only decrypt. When you generate a public-private key pair, either one of these could be the public key. Just by convention, we pick a particular one. So again, the public and private key are just a string of ones and zeros. They're different strings, but they're just strings of ones and zeros. Anything you encrypt with this can be decrypted with this. Anything you encrypt with this can be decrypted with this. Now, we never do that. We never, ever do that. The reason we don't do it is because if we started to encrypt with both sides of this, there are ways that it can be hacked and naughty things happen, and we don't want to ever do that. However, there are some cool things we can do. Let me give you one example. Okay, so I'm going to start off with my key pair here. I'm going to send this public key in just a minute, but I'm not going to send it by itself. So watch what I'm about to do. So let's go ahead and set the public key aside for a moment. Now, using this private key, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hash something. In this case, we're on a web page. So let's just go ahead and create a hash of that web page. Now, using the private key, we're going to go ahead and encrypt that, making an encrypted hash. Now, this encrypted hash is a very, very powerful tool, and the term we call this is a digital signature. I'll show you how that works here in just a moment. So what we'll do is we're not going to just send the public key over to the client. What we're going to do is we're going to attach this digital signature to the public key and watch what happens. So let's go ahead and send the public key with the attached digital signature over to the web client. Now, what this client's going to do is he's first of all going to decrypt this digital signature using the public key that was just set with it, which is going to bring back a hash. Now, since he's on the exact same web page, he's going to go ahead and hash that web page and compare the results of his hash to the decrypted digital signature, which is now just a hash, that was just sent over. If these match, we know something very, very important, and that is that the public key that you just got came from the actual entity which holds the legitimate private key, and that's the whole goal of a digital signature. With the digital signature, you know that you got the public key from the true holder of the private key. Well, that's great, but it's not complete. See, the problem that we're running into now is that, again, let's go back to my www.totalsim.com. And so you go on www.totalsim.com and you go and you want to start buying stuff, and it kicks over into a secure web page. So boom, comes down the public key. Boom, comes down my digital signature. Did it really come from www.totalsim.com? I mean, sure, it says www.totalsim.com, but I can beat that. There are ways that I can spoof those addresses and fool you. Or what if I stole somebody else's certificate? What if I stole a certificate from www.intel.com and passed that down? The problem you have now is that you can't say for sure that I, Mike Myers, am the person, or I, TotalSim.com, am the person from which this public-private key pair was generated. So to get around that, what we're going to do is you and I are going to shake hands, and before we start doing any business, we're going to agree on a third party. Let's say you and I both know my buddy Janelle, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Janelle and I'm going to say, hey, Janelle, I would like you, because you and I know each other, we've been friends for 30 years, I want you, and by the way, you have one of my public keys, I have your public key, whatever. What I need you to do is generate your own digital signature, not based on this relationship here, but based on your and my relationship. And what I'd like to do is attach that digital signature to my public key along with my digital signature. So what we've done now is we have a public key, and this public key says, well, this my public key. Then we have a digital signature which guarantees that whoever actually owns that private key is associated to that public key. And then we have a third party that says, yep, I guarantee you, well, as much as money and law will allow, that this is Mike Myers, and it's the www.totalsum website, and it is okay. So this all sounds pretty good, but we don't ever send public keys by themselves. We don't send piles of keys with all these digital signatures. I guess with email we could make 3 attachments or something. What we do instead is we generate something called a digital certificate. A digital certificate is a document. It's like a Word document. It's like a halfway filled in Word document, and you fill in the blank spots. And if you send anybody a public key, you don't send a public key by itself. It's never done. You send a certificate. And inside that certificate is going to be my public key. It's going to have, let me make sure I get the right one. It's going to have my digital signature, knowing that it came from my key pair. And it's going to have the third party that you and I trust that says, yep, this is really Mike Myers. What we normally do is we go to a third party and we go, would you create me a certificate? And that person knows us in some fashion. We may have met with them. They know my company, whatever it is. And they will, and they already have my public key. So if they don't, I can hand it to them, give them my public key, give them my digital signature, and then they will generate a certificate. It's the actual process of generating a certificate is trivially easy. You can do it any copy of Linux, any copy of Microsoft Windows, and you can generate the certificate. They'll generate the certificate, but what they do that makes it important and good and amazing is that they add their third-party digital signature that says, I'm good. And that's where the challenge comes in. Oh, and by the way, once I have the certificate, I can pass it out to anybody. I can take the certificate, put it into my web server, and anytime anybody logs into my web server and wants to go secure, boom, they automatically get a copy. I can, if I want to do this for email, I can take this certificate, embed it into any email, not an encrypted email, just a regular email, and go, hey, here's my certificate. We pass out certificates like crazy because this is how we move public keys. Okay. The trick here is, who do you trust? Because the whole power of a certificate is that we have people that we trust, well, that the two sides of this equation trust and say, yep, this is somebody I'm going to trust and do business with. So there's really 3 ways to do trust. The first way to do trust is to generate a certificate on your own. Forget the third party. Just make your own certificate. It's easy enough to do. And that's called an unsigned certificate. Unsigned certificates are fantastic as long as both people understand that there is no third party vouching for you. We use unsigned certificates here at Total Seminars. I have some in-house web servers and people want to access them. We all know each other. I mean, you can't even get to this web server unless you're an employee of mine. So unsigned web servers are very common and they work fine, but only if you have some other form of trust, like you work for me. Other than that, you've got 2 other choices, Web of Trust and PKI. So let's start with Web of Trust. I got a little graphic for you to show you how that works. So here's me, and I want to get a certificate. Now, in order for me to get a certificate, in this particular situation, this Web of Trust, we don't have a particular authority. So what I have to do is find other people who are using this type of certificate. So here's a couple of people I know, and I can get them to sign my certificate. Now, depending on how this is done, and you see this with email a lot of times, you almost never see this on web browsers. What will happen is that I will have to probably call this person on the phone. I might have to send them a photocopy of my driver's license. It really just depends on how rigorous a particular Web of Trust is. And now these Web of Trust can grow, so let's make this a little bit bigger. And over time, with a Web of Trust, you end up having a fairly complicated setup where you have a lot of people who trust each other. Web of Trust works beautifully as a trust model for certificates, but it has some problems. The big problem to Web of Trust is that it requires a lot of people doing a lot of work to administer and make this happen. There's very little to Web of Trust that's in essence automated. You've got to work hard to keep it up and going. That's why Web of Trust has never really taken off. It's had its moments for email certificates. It's had its moments for, believe it or not, even hard drive encryption and stuff like that. But If you really want to do trust with certificates the right way, you do something called public key infrastructure. Public key infrastructure is a hierarchical method that starts off with root servers up at the top, intermediate servers, and goes down to users. So there's always a boss at the top. Let me show you how this works. Public key infrastructure is based on the idea of a hierarchy. At the top of this hierarchy are what we call the certificate authorities. A certificate authority is an organization that pretty much just issues certificates. These are usually big companies. Probably the most famous is VeriSign, but Thawati would be another name that comes to mind. There's just a few hundred of these. And these organizations, simply based on the full faith and credit of your and my trust in them, generate certificates that everybody knows and recognizes. Now, if we have a lot of people who are going to these certificate authorities, the challenge that we run into is that they can get kind of busy. So normally what we'll do is between us, the users of those certificates, and the certificate authorities are intermediate certificate authorities who are only there to take the load off of the certificate authority themselves. So basically we have a nice little hierarchy like this. PKI is the way we do the internet. If you're going to be dealing with certificates on the internet, particularly in an e-commerce way, you're going to be dealing with PKI. And anybody who's ever set up a website that actually uses HTTPS realizes that you got to go to people like VeriSign and Thawati and folks like that.
All right, that's just another look, another peek into certificates. My brain has since exploded. You'll see a lot more of this in Security Plus, but sometimes they'll creep a question into Net Plus, talking about certificates. So you have to go to the certificate authority. You have to fill out a form, right, to get these certificates. Once you've verified who you are, you jump through the hoops at the certificate authority, they will then issue you these certificates. To make it plain and simple, Mike has explained that it uses your public key and or private key combined with your encrypted hash, and then that is creating a certificate, basically. So you can use that for people to access different things like web portals, different computers, applications, and even access the internet, which primarily that's where certificates are used, okay? The people in the middle of the certificate authority, meaning the certificate authority is guarding the gate. They don't want to stay online 24 hours a day. They pick only several random hours a week to upload approved certificates from what they call intermediate certificate authorities to update their database. They don't want to stay online. If you compromise a certificate at the organizational level and at the intermediate level, that root certificate, that template certificate that everybody uses has now been compromised. So now you have to do what they call revoke the certificate, and you have to go through the process of getting a new one. That's why the certificate authority pretty much stays offline. Okay? So that's how all of it works in the grand scheme of things. I know, Mike. But did anybody learn anything out of that? Because we talk about certificates, but I don't think we got the full scope of what they do, especially when it comes to the exam. They might ask you 2 or 3 questions about that. All right? So that's all you need, basically all you need to know about that. Any questions? Be Weezy, no questions? He's flying right now. He's on a mission. Where you at? He's flying at another country. You can't tell us. Okay. I'm the only one. Am I the only one? Mike says, is brain the only one that exploded? Leo's like, no, mine, bro. All right. All right. Tell you what, let's go ahead and take lunch. Don't forget to clock out for lunch. And I will see you in an hour. Have fun.
Once the authentication process has completed and is successful, we can trust that that person really is who they say they are. Now that that trust has been created, we need to understand what type of access that user should have. This may depend on the user who's provided the authentication. If they're part of the help desk, they may be able to view the hardware database for the entire company. If they're the manager of the help desk, they may be able to make modifications to that database. And if they're not part of the help desk or managing the help desk, they may have no access at all to that data. We might also want to consider someone's location. If they happen to be in a different country, they might have a completely set of rights and permissions if they were inside of the corporate headquarters. And if the user is accessing the systems using a laptop that has been provided by the company and we can verify the certificate on that laptop, then we may give them additional rights and permissions. A good best practice for IT security is to only provide rights and permissions to a user that match the requirements for their job. If your job requires that you have read access to a database, then we shouldn't provide that user with any ability to change that database. This means that we would not arbitrarily provide someone with administrator rights just to be able to access a certain type of data. All users should be accessing these applications with a limited set of rights and permissions. One of the reasons we don't want to provide administrative access to everyone on the network is that administrators have full access to all data on all systems. And if a device is infected with malware and the user on that device has administrative access, then effectively the malware now has administrative access to all of our systems. One of the challenges with providing the right type of authentication and authorization is that users can be located anywhere. Some users may be located in the corporate office, others may work from home, and others may have a field service position which takes them across the world. And the applications that we use may be located on a public cloud, across the internet, or they may be in our private data center. We need some way to provide a secure mechanism for communication regardless of where the user happens to be and regardless of where the application resides. One way that we can create this secure environment is through the use of SASE. This stands for Secure Access Service Edge, and you can think of this as a next-generation virtual private network. This moves our security technologies into the cloud itself, very close to where the application data might be. And we would have a SASE client installed on every user's device, so no matter what system they're using or where they happen to be, they're able to take advantage of this Secure Access Service Edge. At the top of this SASE diagram is a public cloud, data center, software as a service, or an internet connection. This is where our applications reside. Our users may be at our corporate office, they may be working from home, or they may be mobile users. As the users are accessing these resources, we're able to provide network as a service, so there's quality of service and routing that we can provide. We might also have security built into this. Zero Trust Network Access, Firewall as a Service, and DNS security are just a few examples of what SASE can provide. And because the SASE clients are installed on all of the devices and these connections are made automatically, the users don't have to worry about turning on or turning off this SASE functionality. The users simply use the devices they always use, they connect to the applications that they need to access, and security is built into the entire process.
If you're an IT or security professional, you've likely heard about secure enterprise browsers. And surprised, you may already have one at your fingertips. But first,
Infrastructure as Code, or IAC, is a concept where we can take a piece of networking technology and describe it in terms that are best described as code. This means that we could build a configuration file that could accurately describe everything in our infrastructure. Every server, all of the network devices, firewalls, switches, routers, and all of our applications can be configured as this code. This means instead of manually building, installing, and then configuring all of these devices, we can do all of that work inside of this code and then simply tell the cloud to build out all of these systems to our specification. We could even use this to create versions of this infrastructure, so we can build out infrastructure as code configurations, deploy that configuration, and then make minor changes and redeploy the configuration, and all of those changes will take effect. This also means that if we need to build another exact duplicate of this configuration in a separate data center, we simply take our code, we move it to the other data center, and we apply that infrastructure as code to build out a completely new application instance that is identical to the original. This is obviously one of the most powerful features of cloud-based technologies, and it allows us to have flexibility in where and how we deploy these systems. This is a very simplified version of an infrastructure as code configuration file. You can see all of the definitions are in here to create a host that's called mail.example.com. This infrastructure as code also includes children devices such as web servers and database servers, and you can see the host names are included in there as well. Inside of this same configuration file, we might want to include other details such as the type of CPU, how much network configurations, IP addressing, the applications that need to be installed, and everything else we need to get these systems up and running. If we can automate the process of building out a series of devices, then we can also automate the process of responding to issues. This is done through a process known as a playbook. A playbook is a series of steps you would follow in order to be able to resolve or address a particular issue. For example, if you needed to investigate a data breach, you could create a playbook that would step through that process. Or if you needed to recover from ransomware, there may be a set of very well-defined steps, and those steps would be contained within a playbook. This is obviously things that we do manually when we're addressing issues one by one, but putting it into a playbook allows us to automate this process. Perhaps you have a system that identifies the malware. It then references the playbook to know to remove that device from the network, delete everything on the storage drive, re-image the system, and then redeploy that system into your infrastructure. This can obviously be reused over and over again. So anytime you run into that particular issue, you simply apply the appropriate playbook. Playbooks are commonly implemented into SOAR platforms, that SOAR, that stands for Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. This is a management console that allows you to centralize the operations of everything you're doing with security in your environment. And if you want to implement playbooks, this would be a perfect console for a centralized deployment and monitoring of those playbooks. This automation with playbooks and with infrastructure as code become very handy when you run into particular situations. For example, you may want to avoid instances of configuration drift where there are minor changes to configurations between different application instances. Or perhaps you want to be sure that all of your systems remain in compliance with a set of standards. We can do that using infrastructure as code. We can make sure that every single one of those systems is created using the same infrastructure as code definitions, and therefore you would have identical systems wherever you deploy them. Or perhaps you're configuring a testing environment and you want to be sure that that testing environment is identical when you deploy it into production. Infrastructure as code would be a perfect choice to be able to completely document what you have in the test environment and deploy that identically into your production environment. And if you want to be able to duplicate this same configuration across all of your data centers wherever they might be in the world, you would obviously use infrastructure as code.
I got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new.
If you needed to make a configuration change or an upgrade to an existing piece of software or system you may have already deployed, you simply make that definition change within your infrastructure as code definition file, and then you deploy that to those systems. It will note the difference and make those changes that you need to be able to upgrade those systems. We can also use infrastructure as code to be able to document the configuration that's been made to an existing system. So we may want to scan through a system that we would like to duplicate, have all of those configurations implemented within an infrastructure as code definition file, and then we'll not only have documentation of that system, but we'll be able to duplicate that system at will. As you can imagine, in large environments, these definition files become extremely important, and you want to be sure that you're running the latest version of that configuration file when you deploy these systems. To be able to ensure that level of control of the configurations, you need source control. This allows you to manage any type of change you may want to implement into those definition files, and then you'll be able to test those configurations and then ultimately deploy those into a production state. This prevents many different people from making their own minor changes to a configuration file, and instead you have one central repository where all of these changes are kept. And if somebody wants to make a change, they would need to make that change into your source control system. Sometimes we refer to this as a version control system for that very reason. A very popular type of a version control system is Git. We use that often on the internet to be able to maintain these source codes across multiple users wherever they might be in the world. So you might have this central repository of a production system. You might want to make some changes, and those changes would be tracked and merged together into the final version. There could be many people making their own changes and merging all of those changes into the final config. This means that we can have many people working on these infrastructure as code definition files. They can be making changes to the area that's specific to their part of the build, and then we can merge all of those changes together into one centralized configuration. There might be occasions where one person makes a change to a line within the code, and another person makes a different change to the same line within the code. If you try to merge all of those together, there will obviously be a conflict. So your version control software not only needs to recognize these conflicts, but also give you a way to manage what change you would really like to make into the final code. This might be something that the version control software can do automatically, or it may require manual intervention by one administrator who can decide which configuration is really the best one. This change control software also allows us to create branches of different types of code. So we can create a version of an infrastructure as code definition file. We can branch that code off to do our own testing with, make some changes, and then later we can merge that into the original code to create a new version. This allows us to have a production definition and then take that and configure it in a testing environment for upgrades, changes, and optimization. And then once we've tested that, we can then merge it back into the production environment. Our current estimates put the total number of devices connected to the internet somewhere around 20 billion with a B. One of our ongoing challenges associated with this huge rise in number of devices is that IP version 4 can only support 4.29 billion of those addresses. The rest of this, we very commonly use network address translation or other methods to be able to communicate with all of these devices with such a limited number of addresses. And as you may already be aware, there are no more IPv4 addresses to be assigned. We have hit the limit to the number of IP version 4 addresses that we're able to use. We've been able to provide ongoing support for IP version 4 using network address translation. And the internet configuration that you use at home and at your office uses network address translation to be able to connect hundreds or even thousands of devices to the internet using a minimal number of IP version 4 addresses. Although this works with most of the applications that we use, there are certain apps that would prefer not to use network address translation. And this simply creates more complexities and difficulties for those of us that need to communicate over these IPv4 networks. Fortunately, we have a solution to this limited number of addresses, and that solution is a new version of IP referred to as IP version 6.
Why do we love USAA team?
Because they still call Mom Sergeant. And they pay Dad's claim super fast after that scary thunder.
Gotta make this play work for me.
USAA membership, always the smart play. Become a member today.
This is not normal.
All right, everybody, welcome back. How y'all doing? How was lunch? Okay. What we'll do is we will continue with your studies. Quarter till the hour, we'll have some questions. How about that? We'll make sure you get those questions. Can somebody talk in their mic for me? I have these new Bluetooth headphones trying to see if I can hear you. What up, player? I can hear you, player. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Kevin, you was out there mowing the yard at lunch. Man, your wife's tough. Don't worry, my wife had me trimming the little palm trees. Yeah. So, I need to do this. Give Kevin the ultimatum. Do a little bit at a time, or just do it all at once.
Jesus, if you can clock back in after lunch for me, that'd be great.
That's a good call out, Michael, because the power distribution unit, yep, protocol data unit, yeah, you can get both of those mixed up. So power distribution unit, you'll see
Router 2. But Router 2 has a completely
on a
different
question
IP
about
address. In this configuration, Router 1 and Router 2
what
are
is a
always
failover to have
with
just in
each
case you
other.
lose power.
If
Power
Router
distribution
suddenly
unit, you can
realizes that
condition
it's
power,
not
you
able
can
to
plug in
communicate
at
with
least
the active router, it then removes
maybe
that
2
as
to
the
3
active
devices
router and
into it,
becomes the active router
and it
itself.
can send you
Then
telemetry
it
about it,
takes
and you can
control
regulate
of
it,
that
right?
virtual IP address so that
So it's bigger
everyone on
than
the
the,
network is now able to communicate out to the internet through Router 2
oh my God,
using
the
that
ups,
original virtual
right?
IP address.
So it's a step
All
up
of
from
traffic
the
will
ups.
flow just as it
Then from
normally
there you
did,
have
and the
so
user
you had a
has
PDU
no
and then
idea
step up
that
from
it's
there,
now
so
using a
backup
completely different
generator.
router to be
Yeah.
able to perform that communication. Another interesting characteristic of switches and routers is that you can assign multiple interfaces to a single physical interface. We refer to these as sub-interfaces. So even though there might be a single Ethernet interface on a router, we can take that single Ethernet interface and separate it into multiple virtual interfaces. For example, we might have a trunked connection that has multiple IP subnets connecting to a single physical connection. But we may need to reference each individual VLAN in a trunk with a separate IP address on our router. We do that by assigning that physical interface with an additional parameter called a sub-interface. So although the physical interface on that router is referred to as Ethernet 1/1, we would have separate sub-interfaces within that physical interface that might be called Ethernet 1/1.10, Ethernet 1/1.20, and Ethernet 1/1.100. This means that we can set different configurations for each of these sub-interfaces so that we can reference them with the appropriate IP address for that VLAN. Here's how this would look on a network configuration. You can see there are 3 devices. All 3 of these devices are in separate VLANs. There's the red VLAN, the green VLAN, and the blue VLAN. And of course, they're connecting to separate physical interfaces on a switch. The switch then has a single cable between the switch and the router, and it's trunking each individual VLAN within that single gigabit connection. On the router side, we've configured 3 sub-interfaces for that Ethernet connection. Sub-interface G0/0.1, .2, and .3. And then we can assign IP addresses, subnet masks, and have completely different routing tables for each of these individual sub-interfaces as if they were physical interfaces on that router.
When you're watching the other football but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about the...
There are many devices connected to the internet. Some
Okay,
estimates
as
are
promised,
20
at
to
50
30
after
billion, and
we
by the
went full
time
break,
you watch this video, it's
go
probably,
over
of course, going to be
simple
more than that.
network
One of the
management
challenges, of course, is that
protocol.
IP version 4
As video
only
would say, it
supports
says how
4.29 billion addresses, and we have completely exhausted
Now we had a little
our list
nickname
of
for
IP
S&P.
version 4.
Anybody
There are
remember
no
what that
more
nickname
addresses or
was for the network?
subnets to be
It's
handed out.
the
So now we have to find some way to communicate across the internet to these billions of devices
snitch.
using a protocol
Right.
with a relatively
It's the network snitch.
number of
If
IP
you have
addresses. The way that we're able to make this work is
Takashi
with
69,
technology
you're correct. He's a snitch.
translation or NAT.
So
We often refer to NAT as being the way that we are able to extend the
But
functionality of IPv4.
that's what it
to so
does.
many
So
different
what you'll
IP
do is you'll
addresses.
use
But NAT can be used for many different use cases.
we call
We just in this video happen to be talking about one of the most popular
You'll use like your switches, router, different things like that. Yeah, I gotta put a laugh face on this one. That was very good. Yeah, there you go. All right.
If you wanted to get more details,
So you use
on
your
the difference
switches,
between a
routers,
private IP and a public
and
IP,
then
you'll want to look at
how did you set up your
1918,
network for
which
information and
defines
data to
different
flow?
ranges
Maximum
of private
transmission
IP
unit
addresses.
sizes,
These are IP
runs,
addresses
whatever
that
you
are
set
not
up
on
to
the public
recognize
internet,
if
so
traffic
we're
starts
about to use
flowing
these
through
inside of our homes,
throughput of
inside our
traffic, it is
businesses,
being
and we will
investigated,
perform
and it does
translation
not match
if we
what
ever
you
need to
have. It will
out
send
to
you
the
a
internet.
trap message. you can set that up, right? These agents work on your behalf. And then on the inside of these agents, they call them MIBs. It's the MIBs. It's the MIBs. It's just the MIBs in black. It's the MIBs, right? They're using the information database inside of these appliances to help you strategically refine your network. What? It's a beautiful thing. Who knows the ports for SNMP?
SNMP, wasn't that port 20 SNMP?
Not mail. Mail's 25. What's the one for it? Yeah, I know, Michael. I was like, let me point you in the right direction. It's a lot of ports. It's a lot of ports. What's SNMP? Simple Network Management Protocol. 161. You got it. Came in clutch. 161.
Yeah, 162 as well.
Right, so that's what we're using. So we're just gonna go, we're gonna review targeted learning here, 5 minutes, talking about SNMP.
And Vala wants to communicate to a public IP address of 104.20.19.63. To follow this process,
hey everybody, welcome to this SNMP Explainer. In just a couple of minutes, I'm going to teach you enough about SNMP to be able to start monitoring devices. While SNMP is a little complex, there's a lot you don't need to know just to start monitoring. So we're going to focus on the absolute basics here, and I promise I won't get you lost in unnecessary details. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to talk about some basic background information. We're going to talk about 2 key terms you need to know. We're going to talk about why switches and routers are simple to monitor. We're going to talk about how SNMP works on a practical level, and we're going to talk about the different versions of SNMP. Are you ready? Let's get started. SNMP stands for Simple Network Management Protocol. It's been around since 1988, so it's pretty well used. SNMP was developed to allow administrators to both monitor networking equipment's current state and also remotely modify settings and configurations on the equipment. While SNMP was initially developed for switchers and routers, it has since been extended to a wide array of other devices such as Windows and Linux machines, printers, and uninterruptible power supplies, among many, many other things. There are 2 key terms you need to know: OID and MIB. OID is short for Object Identifier. Think of it like this: anything and everything on a device that can't be monitored with SNMP has an OID. For example, say I want to monitor the temperature on a network-attached storage device we have here at Nagios. The OID for the temperature sensor on the device is a bunch of numbers separated by dots. That number might look confusing, but all you really have to know is each thing we can monitor, like device temperature, has an OID. You might think of an OID as something similar to an IP address for a value. We use an application like Nagios XI to ask the device what the value of any particular OID happens to be. MIB is short for Management Information Base. That sounds a lot more complicated than it actually is. A MIB is a text file that allows us to translate numerical OIDs into word-based OIDs. So instead of using the numerical OID for the temperature sensor in our example, we can use this word-based OID, which makes it a lot easier to understand what we're monitoring. Now, technically, you don't have to use MIBs at all. You could always use only numerical OIDs, but MIBs can make your life a lot easier. There are a number of standard OIDs and MIBs that are incorporated into most SNMP implementations by default. For example, on almost any system out there, you should be able to ask the uptime of a device with the OID sysuptime.0. This is great because when you go to do basic switch or router monitoring in Nagios XI, you don't need to know a single OID or find any MIBs because those are already built in. You really only need to figure out OIDs and MIBs when you have a non-standard OID to monitor, like the temperature sensor on a network-attached storage device like we just talked about a minute ago. How do you find out what the OIDs are and where do you find MIBs? The best place to start on both of those questions will be the product manuals from the manufacturer of the device. Many times these documents are available online and a simple search will get you the information you need. So here's how SNMP gets used in day-to-day practice. You have a network monitoring system like Nagios. This is what monitors the things you want to monitor. And then you have the things you want to monitor, like switches and routers and servers and uninterruptible power supplies. There are two ways to use SNMP. The first way is called polling. With polling, the network monitoring system connects to the monitored device on port 161 and tells the device which OID it wants information on. The device then responds with the information to the network monitoring system's port 161. In the second way, we do what's called notifying. With notifying, the device simply sends a message about an OID to the network monitoring system's port 162. These messages are variously called either traps, notifications, or informs. There are three versions of the SNMP protocol: version 1, version 2C, and version 3. The biggest difference for our purposes is that version 3 is more secure than versions 1 and 2C in two ways. First, for versions 1 and 2C, you don't even have to supply a username. All you need is a special password called a community string. Version 3 gets rid of the community string and makes admins specify a username and a password. Second, versions 1 and 2C don't offer encryption, but version 3 does. Keep in mind that SNMP can be used to change device settings, so if an attacker were able to intercept and read your unencrypted V1 or V2C SNMP packets, the attacker could take control of the device. You might find out there that SNMP version 2C is still pretty commonly used. Why wouldn't everyone always use version 3? Well, quite simply for a number of reasons. Not all devices and operating systems support version 3. It is best practice, however, to use version 3 whenever possible. You now know enough to be dangerous. You know about OIDs and MIBs. You know about the two ways to use SNMP to monitor. That would be polling and traps. You know switches and routers are easy to monitor. And you know about SNMP versions. You know enough to get out there and start monitoring with SNMP. Thanks for watching. Download Nagios X.
All of these devices reside on the same physical switch. We can do exactly that and continue to provide that separation between the red network and the blue network on the same switch by using a functionality known as virtual local area networks, or VLANs. The red network is still on its own broadcast domain, and the blue network is on its own broadcast domain, but all of these devices are connected to the same switch. We've gone into the switch and defined each interface on the switch as belonging to either the red VLAN or the blue VLAN. And only devices plugged into the blue interfaces would be able to communicate with each other, and only the devices plugged into the red interfaces would be able to communicate with each other.
Good. Right on.
Instead of colors, VLANs are
Michael said, Michael. You having a bad day? No? Okay. I get it. Sometimes, I've been in classes where I feel like information overload. My brain is just kind of stunned at that point. So maybe you're having one of those experiences. Yeah, I figured as much. I could tell the face expression was just like, all right, this is a lot of information. I don't know if I can take it. I get it. What are you guys learning about anyway?
Has a VLAN 100 and a VLAN 200, and the other switch also has a
SNMP, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's
for somebody that's a novice, completely brand new.
Protocols.
on the other switch and perform the same functionality for VLAN 200. Of course, one of the ways we could do
Kevin says review of everything. I'm not sure what that means.
between VLAN 200 on both switches and connect another Ethernet cable between VLAN 100 on both switches.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Understood. Okay, well, what we're gonna do, James, is we're gonna continue with the mock interviews. I think I have at least like 3-4 people that I need to finish them with. So for the people that aren't in mock interviews, if you have different things they need to cover, they can do that, or, I mean, you can kind of handle it how you see fit as far as working with the students that aren't meeting with me for one-on-ones. Everybody that I have not interviewed, please make sure you pull up that sample job description that I sent you guys, that entry-level help desk technician. That's what you're going to be doing your mock interview for. I'm going to try to make this time efficient with regard to getting those mock interviews done, because we need to move into making sure that your LinkedIn profiles are going to be good to go upon completion of training. So LinkedIn checklist is another thing that you guys want to make sure that you're working on and getting done. If I can't get mock interviews done today, it'll be next class, and then we're going to pivot right into doing LinkedIn. So we'll be doing an in-class review of LinkedIn. I'll be giving you guys feedback, sample LinkedIn profiles, all those kinds of details, so that you know what you want to have on display on your profile. With that being said, James, I'm gonna go ahead into the breakout room, and the person I'm gonna call for the mock interview actually is gonna be, actually, let me see here. I think I need to close all the rooms and restart them because I think there's some issue. So,
Yes, it does that at some time too, yeah. So sometimes it might be shut down and reopened.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead into room one, and Jesus, I'll pull you for your mock interview. So I'll see you shortly.
You can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Miss Jewel?
People who pick Post
You got it.
University choose our 100% online Master of Education program.
Shoot her a private chat.
From real-world professionals,
She'll still see it.
in their own career and in the lives of their students. Are you a post person?
And if y'all need to take a break accordingly, just go
This
ahead.
makes the process relatively easy for connecting these VLANs together between switches. Instead of having 4,000 physical interfaces that we are connecting to each other, we have a single interface, and we're simply tagging all of the data sent over that connection. Before there was
here for questions, so
standard to provide this trunking functionality, there was a proprietary form of trunking known as ISL, or Inter-Switch Link. ISL is relatively outdated at this point, and it's likely that any trunk that you'll ever run into will be an 802.1q standard trunk. Let's see how these trunks will use that tag functionality to be able to transfer data from a VLAN 200 on one switch to a VLAN 200 on the other switch. We'll start with a normal Ethernet frame from a device that is connected to an interface defined as VLAN 200. This packet needs to find its way to a device that is on the other switch on VLAN 200, so that packet will be sent to the trunk interface on this switch. At that time, an additional tag will be added that includes the VLAN 200, and it is sent across that trunk connection to the other switch. The switch that receives that frame will look at the tag, see that it was destined for VLAN 200, it will remove the tag from the frame, and send that traffic to the end station. So now we have a much more simplified design. Instead of having a separate cable that's running between switches for VLAN 1, VLAN 2, and VLAN 3, we can have a single Ethernet connection between those two and simply trunk all of the traffic between those switches. When you first configure a switch, there will be a default VLAN for this switch. That means that every device you connect to this switch by default will be connected to a VLAN. Very commonly, this is VLAN 1 that is defined as the default VLAN. But there's another type of VLAN configuration that you would have inside of a switch known as a native VLAN. A native VLAN is one that can traverse a trunk, but a VLAN tag is not added to any of the traffic going over that trunk connection. So it's common to define a single native VLAN within a switch that will never
Good
be
question,
tagged
Mr.
as
T.
that traffic is sent over that trunk connection.
For placements of servers, yes, you need to know that.
Will not communicate over an 802.1q
If you
network.
want,
Some of the administrative
so the
functions
screen subnet is a place that neither
with each other
the private owns and the public owns. It's the DMZ
For
that's in the
example,
middle,
management
right?
traffic or switch notification
So
messages.
they're gonna ask you,
VLAN
where's the best place to put a server that the public needs to access, and probably your internal customer needs to access. So it's like right in the middle. It'll be a screen subnet because you'll add a firewall on either side, right? Uh-oh, I see ponytails. Leah's got the baby. So when they're asking where's a good place to put a good place to put a server at, yes, server placement is critical. You want to put it on the inside of the screen subnet or a segmented isolated LAN. A segmented isolated LAN where all your servers will be on. And you want to change it. You do not want it on a native LAN. Remember, a native LAN means every freaking device in the world is on there. So if I can get into one, I got it there. That's a native. So you want to bust it up and change the LAN number to something that nobody would understand what it is and kind of obfuscate the name of it and the IP address. Does that make sense? All right, cool. All right.
This means that we can have layer 2 functionality within our switch, or we might have separate VLANs within the same physical switch. But now we can also have routing functionality that allows us to route between those VLANs all within the same switch. This means that we'll need to configure interfaces inside of the switch that are designed to route from one VLAN to another. We refer to these as
I'll be right back in
SVIs, or
5 minutes.
switched virtual interfaces. If you have a layer 3 switch, it may not have the layer 3 functionality turned on by default, so you may need to enable that in your switch configuration. Many switches require you to restart the switch once you make that configuration change. And you may be thinking, why don't we use layer 3 switches for everything? Instead of having 2 separate physical devices, it seems that having one single physical device would be much easier to manage. And in many cases, that's true, but the routing functionality of a layer 3 switch tends to be less capable than the routing functionality of a standalone router. There is a term within the industry where we tell the switch needs to switch and a router needs to route. So when you start combining those devices together, you begin to lose functionality. So if you have a smaller remote site, or perhaps even an internet router at home, you might have this layer 3 switching functionality to be able to route and switch within the same device. It's very common on our corporate networks to need both data functionality for our computing devices and voice functionality to be able to make telephone calls. Before the days of voice over IP, we would need to run one cable for our Ethernet network and a separate cable for our telephones. Our Ethernet cables would connect to a switch, and our telephone cables would connect to a PBX, or a private branch exchange. With the advent of voice over IP technologies, we can get rid of that individual voice cable completely and run both voice and data over the same Ethernet connection. And in many enterprise environments, you have a switch that is on the network, you have telephone that you would connect to the switch, and on the back of the telephone is an additional Ethernet cable where you can plug in your local computing device. One of the challenges that comes with adding both voice and data to the same network is that you now have a great deal of contention between both of those technologies. Data likes to use a lot of bursty bandwidth on the network, but voice communication prefers a very consistent level of access. If there's any type of congestion or a lot of usage on the network, this could affect the voice over IP communication, and none of your phone calls will sound very good. To resolve this issue, we can put our voice communication on one VLAN and put our data communication on the other VLAN. But of course, we're using a single wire to connect both our phones and our computers, so we can use VLAN technologies to do that within that same cable through the use of trunking. This requires you to use a switch that will recognize that you're connecting both a phone and a computer at the same time. But once you're using the right equipment, this becomes a relatively straightforward process. So now with this switch configuration, we can assign our phones to be VLAN 200, assign our computers to be VLAN 100, and send all of that traffic to our switch, where it will be able to break those two apart and put them on the correct VLAN for that particular use. This means we can now download as much information as we'd like from our computer while we're on the phone communicating with others, and be able to perform both of those seamlessly.
Organic and dairy-free? Woo! Woo!
Here we go.
Third time today.
When you're configuring a router interface, a switch interface, or an interface that's in your local computer, there are a number of options available. In this video, we'll look at some of those interface configurations. We can start with the basic connectivity that we have to the network. When we plug in an Ethernet cable, there are a number of Ethernet settings we need to consider, and two of the most important are the Ethernet speed and the duplex. The speed is obviously going to be how fast this connection is going to run. This might be a 10 megabit connection, 100 megabits, 1000 megabits, which would also be 1 gig connection, 10 gig, or even faster. We have to be sure that this configuration is the same on both sides. So if we have a computer that's connecting to a switch, the speed on both of them has to be configured the same. In many cases, we would set this to automatically configure itself. So you can simply plug in any device and the switch will automatically adjust to the configured speed. The other option we might have available is either half duplex or full duplex. In most cases, this is also set to automatic, but if you do set these manually on both of these devices, you have to make sure that both of them are set to be the same. If you have the speeds mismatched on both sides, the connection will not work at all. You'll never get a link light. But if you mix the duplex configuration, where one side is set to half duplex and the other side is set to full duplex, you'll find the connection does operate, but you'll notice that it is not quite as efficient as it should be. And in fact, you'll have very poor performance if you start putting a lot of traffic over that link. This is why one of the initial configurations we'll look for when we're troubleshooting Ethernet is the speed and the duplex and make sure that they're the same on both sides of the connection. If those match, then we'll shift our focus to the Internet Protocol, or the IP configuration for that interface. This might be an Ethernet connection, it might be a VLAN config, we might be setting up management interfaces, and all of these will need an IP address, a subnet mask, a default gateway, and perhaps other IP configurations as well. These will usually be values that have been assigned by a network administrator. So we'll want to configure and make sure that the IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, DNS settings, and everything else matches the configuration that we've received from our admin. If this configuration doesn't match what we've been given, let's say we've used a different default gateway IP address, or we put in the incorrect subnet mask, then we may find that we're not able to connect to other IP devices on this network. Fortunately, this is a relatively easy configuration to validate. We can simply look at what we've been given and look at what we've configured in the system and make sure that both of those match. Another useful configuration, especially between switches, would be one for link aggregation. This is sometimes referred to as port bonding, or you might see it abbreviated as LAG for link aggregation. This means that we are connecting multiple interfaces together on these two devices, which normally we would not want to do because we would be creating a loop. But if you've configured all of those interfaces as link aggregation, the switch will interpret them as one very large connection rather than 4 individual connections. So if all 4 of these were gigabit Ethernet connections between the switch, we would configure those as lag, and you now have 4 gigabits of throughput to be able to communicate between those two devices. Some switches will support an automatic configuration of this link aggregation using a protocol called LACP. This is the Link Aggregation Control Protocol. This allows you to simply configure the interface as LACP, plug in the interfaces, and all of the underlying link aggregation configs will automatically configure themselves between those two devices. If you were to capture traffic between these two devices, you would see LACP traffic being transferred from one switch to the other. To be able to have the most efficient communication from one device to another, we need to be able to send packets across that will not be fragmented along the way. Since we don't always know what networks are located between the two devices, there may be times when our data is fragmented and therefore is less efficient to transfer across the network. Fragmenting a packet tends to slow down the overall communication, and if we lose one of those fragments, then we have to resend the entire frame again. Normally, the determination of the most optimal MTU, or maximum transmission unit, is done automatically when you first connect to a device. But sometimes filtering and firewalls won't allow the automated process to work properly, and you may need to manually configure an MTU on your system. On some networks, we're not trying to minimize the size of our communication. Instead, we're trying to maximize the size of our frames. And one of the ways we can do that is through a method called jumbo frames. Ethernet frames by default are 1,500 bytes in length. If we're transferring large amounts of data, we may want to increase the size of those frames to make the communication that much more efficient. And with jumbo frames, you can increase the size of an Ethernet frame up to 9,216 bytes of an MTU. On many devices, you'll find that they'll use 9,000 as the accepted high end of a jumbo frame. In fact, here is the configuration from my computer that says that I can configure frame sizes on my network to be between 1280 and 9,000 bytes. This means I can transfer a single frame that contains the same amount of information as 6 normal frames on the same network. This means there are fewer packets to have to switch or route through my network, and I can transfer much more in a shorter amount of time. The challenge, though, is all of the devices that are in that communications path must understand jumbo frames. So all of your switches, all of your routers, and the other devices you're communicating to have to also be configured to use these jumbo frames. If there's any device in the middle of this communication that doesn't understand jumbo frames, then they will drop these frames and you won't be able to communicate to that device at all.
Doug.
Imagine if we could tell everyone here that Liberty Mutual customizes.
If you had 2 switches and you connected them together with an Ethernet cable, and then you connected another Ethernet cable to those switches, you would create a loop on the network. This means an Ethernet frame would loop around that particular connection until you disconnected one of those cables. There's no mechanism at the MAC address level to count how many times you've seen a frame. So as these frames are going around this loop, you're adding more and more frames to the network all the time. Those are continuing to go around this loop, and eventually you'll overwhelm the capacities of your switches. This can happen relatively quickly. Once you create a loop in a network, it might be a number of seconds until people start calling the help desk stating that the network is down. Fortunately, this is relatively easy to resolve. You simply go back to the switch where you plugged in that cable, you disconnect the cable, which removes the loop from the network, and now everything is back up and running. But of course, we're not always standing in the data center ready to plug or unplug a cable from a switch. We need some type of automated method to recognize a loop on the network and to prevent those loops from occurring. Fortunately, we have a standard that's able to recognize and prevent loops on a network. This is the IEEE 802.1d standard, one that we call the spanning tree protocol. Spanning tree can configure interfaces on our switch in a number of different ways. It may configure the switch port to be blocking, which means it's not going to forward any traffic. This is commonly used to prevent loops on a network. If we were to plug in that second cable to our switch, Spanning Tree would recognize that a loop was being created, and it would cause one of those interfaces to be in a blocking state. The listening phase is used by Spanning Tree to clear out existing tables and restart the process. It's going to go through a learning process where it listens to understand where all of the other switches might be and if there might be any loops on the network already running. And then it will configure an interface to be forwarding, which means traffic can be transmitted through that interface, or will it configure an interface to be blocking. We might also have interfaces that are administratively disabled. Those obviously would not participate in this spanning tree process. Here's a network that is already running spanning tree, and there are a number of switches. They're identified as bridge 1, bridge 6, bridge 5, and so on. You can see there are 5 of them in this particular design, and you can see that many of these switches are connected to each other, and if we didn't have spanning tree running, there would be a loop on this network already. But on this network, we already have spanning tree that's operational, and it has configured a number of different interfaces. There are 3 different types that you can see on the screen. One is the root port, or RP. This is the interface on a switch that is connected ultimately to the single root bridge on the network. There's also a designated port, which would be any other port that can forward traffic, but is not the port that is connected directly to the root bridge. And there are block ports. These are ports where Spanning Tree has disabled that port from sending or receiving any traffic. You can see on this network that bridge 21 has a blocked port and bridge 11 has a blocked port, and those have been blocked so that there is not a loop on the network. If we were communicating from bridge 11, you can see there's a single root port, and you can follow that all the way back with those root ports to the final root bridge. The designated ports are also available to be able to send and receive traffic. In this scenario, let's say that we're on network A and we've been communicating with a device on network M. You can see that we can communicate through bridge 6, which has a designated port and a root port that allows us access to network M. But what if there is a problem on this network and we lose connectivity between network A and bridge 6? Now we need some other way to communicate to network M, But as you can see, there is a blocked port on bridge 11, so we would not be able to communicate through that connection. Fortunately, Spanning Tree recognizes that we have this disconnection, and it begins clearing out the existing configuration and relearning the topology of the existing network. Spanning Tree has changed bridge 5 so that the root port is now on the other side, and it has removed the block port on bridge 11, allowing us on network A to be able to now communicate all the way through the network back to network M without having another loop on the network. On many networks, we do talk about enabling Spanning Tree and making sure that our Spanning Tree configuration is turned on inside of our switches, but in reality these days we're probably running a newer version of Spanning Tree called the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol. This standard is the 802.1W standard. In the original Spanning Tree protocol, it might take 30 to 50 seconds for the convergence process to occur. And on today's networks, that is a very long time to wait without any type of connectivity. With Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, this convergence process goes down to about 6 seconds, which means anytime there's a disruption on the network, we can be back up and running relatively quickly. Fortunately, this Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol is backwards compatible with the original Spanning Tree, so if you have a mixed set of devices on your network that support one or the other standard, you can run them all at the same time. Fortunately, Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol works very similar to the original Spanning Tree configuration. It simply operates much faster. There are some shortcuts and other configuration settings within the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, but it has such familiarity that if you understand Spanning Tree Protocol, it will be very easy for you to understand the details of Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With most options, I've been waiting for something special, but it's been buffering. But underline, our connection is strong and ultra fast. This is gonna last.
Underline, local gigabit internet that loves you back. Have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are traded? The foreign exchange market, also known as the Forex market, is the largest and most liquid financial market in the world. It's a marketplace where currencies from all over the globe are bought and sold in pairs. A currency pair is a quote that shows the value of one currency in relation to another. For example, the British pound against the US dollar is one of many currency pairs that can be traded with Forex.com. The value of individual currencies change over time, often second to second, and speculative traders can take advantage of these changes by buying and selling at the appropriate times in order to make a profit. However, as the market is constantly fluctuating and can move against you at any time, this can also result in losses. What drives the value of currencies? Interest rates and inflation are two of the most important factors. The value of an individual currency will also reflect the demand for it. Traders can profit from the fluctuations between currencies as they strengthen or weaken relative to one another. The Forex market is by far the largest, most liquid market in the world. In fact, it's larger than all the other global financial markets combined. Every day, trillions of dollars are exchanged on the Forex market. The Forex market is open 24 hours a day, 5.5 days a week, making it incredibly accessible to traders at all levels of experience around the clock. Thanks for watching. Please like or subscribe to our YouTube channel for more trading education content.
We've become so accustomed to wireless networks being available that we often forget that there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes to create these wireless connections. This work is done primarily by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or the IEEE. There's a committee in the IEEE called the 802.11 Committee, and that is the committee that focuses on creating worldwide standards for wireless networking. In the past, we've referred to the standards name to be able to describe the network. For example, we'll describe 802.11ac, 802.11ax, or 802.11be. The IEEE committee realized that these numbers and letters combinations weren't very appealing for most people, so they've also assigned separate names that are a little easier to keep track of. For example, 802.11ac is Wi-Fi 5. 802.11ax is Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E, the extended version of Wi-Fi 6, and 802.11be is also called Wi-Fi 7. As additional major releases of the 802.11 wireless standards are released, they will also increment those Wi-Fi numbers, so in the future we should see Wi-Fi 8, Wi-Fi 9, and so on. There are a number of technologies used by 802.11 wireless networking, and the first is the frequencies that are in use. 802.11 commonly uses 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, and 6 gigahertz frequency ranges. Sometimes there's a combination of those. You may have an access point that supports both 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, and some access points may support all of those frequencies at the same time. Instead of having to memorize individual frequency numbers, the IEEE has created groupings of these frequencies known as channels. These channels help us easily understand what frequencies we may be using. For example, on this access point, we're using both the 2.4 gigahertz range and the 5 gigahertz range. The 2.4 gigahertz range is using channel 6, which is centered on 2.437 gigahertz, and the 5 gigahertz band is using channel 44, which is centered on 5.220 gigahertz. You can see that referring to this as channel 6 is much faster and more efficient than saying that this particular access point is centered on 2.437 gigahertz. The amount of frequency that we use is referred to as the wireless bandwidth. And when I say that channel 6 is centered on 2.437 gigahertz, there's actually more frequencies that we're using for that single channel. Different frequency bands have different sizes of bandwidths that can be used, but it's very common to see 20 megahertz, 40 megahertz, 80 megahertz, and 160 megahertz bandwidths. Here's a diagram that shows the 2.4 gigahertz range, the 5 gigahertz range, and the 6 gigahertz range that's used by 802.11 wireless networks. We'll start with the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum. You can see there are 3 non-overlapping channels in that particular range, and it's using the 20 megahertz bandwidth to describe those 3 channels. Next is the 5 gigahertz spectrum, and you can see there are many more frequencies available in the 5 gigahertz range. You'll also notice that we might use different bandwidths depending on the access point that we're using. So we might use anywhere from 20 megahertz to 160 megahertz, and you can see the ranges that are available for those particular frequencies. And in the 6 gigahertz range, we have even more frequencies available, giving us options to be able to transmit and use these wireless networks without conflicting with other wireless networks that might be nearby. As you can tell, there are many frequencies available to choose from for your wireless networks, but not every frequency is going to be the best one to use. There may be differences in the environment where you happen to be, where one frequency might work better than the other, or there may be other access points that are already using certain frequencies.
If you've been injured, we get to know you. We get to know your case. We will fight for you. We know who to call. We know the experts. We know the doctors to use. We have the litigation in-house. It's all going to be handled here.
Razor bumps? Get a shave with a touch of aloe. Venus Extra Smooth Sensitive.
You might also be using older devices that aren't able to communicate on the 5 or 6 gigahertz ranges and may only be able to communicate on 2.4 gigahertz frequencies. But if you have a modern wireless device, you might have options. Your phone, for example, may be able to support 2 or more different types of frequencies. It just needs to be able to choose the optimal frequency for where you happen to be. Your access points can be set up with a feature known as band steering. This allows you to specify how the users might be able to use the frequencies in the best possible way. For example, you might have a user that has a mobile phone, and that phone can support either a 2.4 gigahertz connection or a 5 gigahertz connection. And you might have access points that also support both of those frequencies. So which frequency does your phone choose when it's connecting to that access point? If band steering is not configured in the access point, the device will simply use the one that has the best possible signal. Sometimes that best signal will provide you with the best throughput, but that's not always the case. And you may find that you get better throughput using a different frequency, even though that frequency may not be the one that has the strongest signal. If band steering is turned on, the administrator of the access point can determine what frequency a user will choose if they
Between Generation 1 and Generation 2 in Hyper-V is Generation 1 emulates older hardware, so standard BIOS and serial ports and IDE hard drives. Generation 2 emulates a UEFI BIOS and a serial attached SCSI hard drive and allows for secure boot and a whole bunch of other features. So in general, choose later hardware.
Wireless bandwidth is to be used. For example, in the United States, we have the Federal Communications Commission, and they are responsible for managing all of the frequency allocations in the U.S. Of course, the FCC can't control how other countries manage their frequencies, but they do work very closely with other countries around the world to make sure that everyone is properly managing these very important frequencies. Another challenge with this is that we are coming up with new technologies and new ways to use these frequencies all the time, and we sometimes have to make sure that different services can use similar
I seriously doubt I want to learn more about Linux.
The popularity of these wireless networks has almost required that all of these countries work together
my
to
Linux
come up with
plus
standards
exam.
that
I got
everyone
3 exams I
agree
got
on.
to take in the next.
A good example of these organizations working together can be found in the
Anybody want to take them for me? Anybody?
This adds a number of interoperability features to
Leah?
802.11 wireless networks.
Elaine.
You can have many different wireless networks in one area,
Mr. T?
but still allow all of those networks to work together. There are a series of guidelines for wireless communications that are published by the
I'm on my own on this one, I see.
Communications Union. The ITA provides a worldwide approach to
This is not
managing
yet.
these many
Alright, so I just want to
wireless
take this time
technologies.
since we got a little
One of
time.
the things
Miss
that
Jules
is
dragging
included
people
in these standards
in and out
is
of
called
breakouts.
DFS. This is dynamic frequency selection. This allows our wireless access points to use frequencies that are not going to conflict with other
So,
access
just to finish up
points that
domain
may
5.
already be operating. This is one of the reasons
Domain 5 is not
on your
actually
wireless access
that
point
big
today,
if you
but
really
you don't
look
have
at
to manually configure any of the
went
wireless
pretty
settings
quick.
inside of that device.
But the last part of domain 5,
The frequencies that
we're
are
going to talk about
used and
scenarios
chooses
about
series
using
of
appropriate
frequencies
tools
that are not
or
going to
protocols to
conflict
solve
with
network
anything that
issues.
may already be operating. And if something does change,
So
in
what
the
you're going to use is
wireless
what they call
environment
the
and your access point
protocol
needs to change
analyzer.
its
That's a
channel,
software
it will
tool
tell all
that
of
you
the devices on that network to also
by chance, does
along
anybody
the
remember what that
access
protocol analyzer is?
Another interoperability feature is TPC, or the
The
Transmit
protocol
Power Control.
analyzer.
Traditionally, we've set the power that we would use for these wireless networks on our clients. But TPC
Let's see if I
puts
can
the
pull it up
transmit
here.
power control in the hands of the access point. This means that the access
It's
point
free.
can tell a client to use less power to be able to communicate over this wireless network. This means that we can have many devices communicating at their optimal power level.
Wireshark.
Oh, the Wireshark?
Clutch answer.
Services.
Yeah, so remember Mr. Greer, he's kind of like the subject matter expert. They had the gentleman, his name escapes me, but he created it.
Why do we love you,
But Mr. Greer is the
Because
one
they
that
still call that
mashed
sergeant. And they pay Dad's claims.
So you'll use this protocol analyzer to see what's going across the wire in your organization. So you can monitor traffic and monitor folks, right? Now, is this a active scanner or passive? No. You'll see that one question on the exam. Is it active or passive? You're correct. It is passive. Don't have to do anything special. It's there. It just looks at data as it walks past it.
Yeah.
Right? Now you can record it and go back and parse it, right? And see what's in it and dissect it. You could even replay it. Okay? Now when you replay it, now it becomes active. Like if you replay the traffic from a IP address to go to a server because you're trying to take the identity of the endpoint, yet now it becomes active. Okay, so just remember that. Good job, though. So with these command lines, once you start using the protocol analyzer with software tools and command line interface tools, you have these different points of interest right here. So we know ping is there to check connectivity. Ping primarily will use an external IP address and ping just to see if it can walk past the gate. Usually, if you can walk past the gateway with a ping, you know it can get out to the internet and then it returns traffic. You know the router's working. Okay? You'll see, and there'll be a PBQ allegedly that will be like, user can get to the internet, but they can't check or they can't access the storage area network. You were like, wait a minute. They can get to the internet all day, but they can't check something or retrieve something from a local network appliance. Now you know you have a total other issue, another issue. That could come down to rights and permissions, right? So that's how you have to look at that. And you will guarantee you'll see a scenario like that tomorrow. Okay? Or you can see vice versa. The person can access storage area network or different appliances on the network, but can't get out the gate. They try to ping the 8s, can't get out to the 8s. There's a problem. So now you have to start with DHCP, gateway, DNS, right? Or if an IT specialist was the last person to touch the DHCP and set up the LAN, could have figured an IP address pool, right? Maybe that's why they can't get out. Right, so you got to look at that too. Trace route and tracer establishes the path on which it'll take it. So how's it getting out? It's tracing the route of that packet. Now, every node will be backed. Okay? You'll also have a command that's similar to trace route and tracer, and it's called path ping. But there's a difference between the two. You've identified it before. Who wants to path ping to the 8s and somebody path or tracer to the 8s, and you'll see the difference. I'll give you a minute to do it.
All right, I'll pull it up.
Path ping is not on here, but there was a path ping question on the exam.
Okay.
Yep.
.8.
Not necessarily more detail, but it'll give you different telemetry. Path ping is letting you know over a maximum of 30 hops. Tracing route to DNS over a maximum of 30 hops. So it can see where it's going. So what path is this actually taking? What are you seeing so you can see mine for path ping. What do you see with tracer or trace route?
Let me pull that up.
Okay, Elaine said his is tracing now. And you can see the difference.
Yeah.
Then it'll compute the statistics. Time to get there. And you're right. Pathing is a little bit more detailed because it'll start computing the statistics and then it'll come up with a number.
Yep.
So 0 is the originating computer, my computer.
Yeah.
Direct connection.
Yeah.
Then 1, there's my gateway. Then it goes out to the IP. Then it goes to the Cox Internet Exchange Service, the IPX. Then it's forwarded to Google. So path is going to the destination. Then it's going to calculate the statistics. All right, so while that's coming up, it's computing.
Yeah, mine has
Take a
been
while to compute that.
yeah, mine has
All
been
right, so
computing
that's
for
what
a
we're seeing
minute,
here.
so we'll leave that for a little bit.
And then
Come
let me
back
know what
to
you
it.
see when you get up to tracing.
Yeah.
Next, NS lookup. That's name service lookup. So that's DNS. DNS. The DNS.
Yeah.
Okay. TCP dump. You will see a question about TCP dump and Wireshark. What is TCP dump? Who remembers? Or who doesn't remember? Because there's a lot of information that's been passed.
Yeah, TCP dump.
If I could tell you the difference between the two, Wireshark has the GUI and puts it analyzes protocols, right? Protocols and frames, right? It looks at the frames as it goes by and what protocol is being used to help transfer that data, all right? Then what you'll see is TCP dump is the Atari of it. So when it comes up, it looks like this on the screen. Wireshark gives you a GUI and, I could put it in a header format and I could do this and I could do that, right? Where TCP dump, bleh,
And
just
dumps it
vomits
out
on
there.
the screen, right? It's just coming up and it's going super fast. So that's the difference between the two. TCP dump is also a packet capture program. Dig is the same as NS lookup, but dig is used for Linux. Okay, it's used for Linux. Next, you have network statistics. You're trying to find out what your network is looking like. If there's a problem, you can take a look at it. Where's the stoppage or the blockage or the slowdown, and you can see how your traffic is moving. You have IF config and IP config. Tells you telemetry about your connections, your interface connections, ET80, VirtualBox connections, ET80, Bluetooth adapter connections. So it tells you all about all your adapter connections and IP addresses and subnets that it's attached to. And then ARP. ARP is your address resolution protocol. It resolves the MAC address to the IP. Resolves the MAC address to the IP. So that's what we're looking at. All right. All right. If we are looking at Nmap, network map, it is similar to Angry IP that we used. If I wanted to look at a network's appliances to see what's sitting on that network, I'm able to get inside of an organization, possibly get on their Wi-Fi. From there, I can run Angry IP scanner, and it will tell me the addresses that are being used in that network or that LAN segment, right? And it'll populate. What's one cool thing that Angry IP told us or identified? You remember what it was? One cool thing that it identified. IP status, correct. If it's up or down. Was that device on? Was there a device on using that IP address? And it's a good network monitoring tool because if you want to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, you'll see if that same device always collects that same IP. Now you know it's a static. And what it was on there, we saw a web server on there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Because I did it from work. When I was on the base, we noticed that there was a web server on that floor using the same IP address.
Yeah.
And ports 80 and 443 were open. You remember that? So Nmap can also tell you the same thing about a device. So you have to look at that as well. Next, link layer. What layer? What layer is link layer on the OSI model?
Wasn't that the
Y'all remember?
checking it now?
Yep, you're correct. Layer 2. Yep. So the data link layer discovery protocol, and Cisco discovery protocol, CDP, these are Cisco proprietary. Okay? With these two, this is what you're looking for. Right there. Page 1510 in your study guide. Another common problem exceeding the power budget of the device is usually what they usually caused by not using the link layer discovery protocol or Cisco discovery protocol to communicate power requirements to the switch. There's one question on the exam about PoE and monitoring. You have to have the link layer discovery protocol or CDP enabled. Okay? The example that we saw earlier tells us, the video that we saw is stating SNMP can help monitor ups, right? Uninterruptible power supplies.
Yeah.
There to help us bring a device down when need be. Sometimes you'll see the network cable installed from the router into the ups, and then there's another cat cable that comes out from the ups that goes into the back of the laptop and or the desktop. The ups is the intermediary. It's in between because you can set up SNMP to monitor power usage or power levels of the ups. Okay? And it can report back if you are falling below that. Does that make sense? So you can utilize that.
Yeah.
It's the intermediary. So these power requirements are conveyed to the switch, to the low power wattage of PoE or PoE plus switch, to get more useful power usage out of it. Okay, that's primarily why it's there. So please remember that. When you start getting into additional commands over here for basic networking device commands, you may not be able to use these on your PBQs, especially when it's the huge PBQs. However, you may need to use all of these to paint a picture across multiple devices. Something's lagging on my side, I think. So I'm just gonna paste it. These show commands for MAC address table, show route, show interface, show config, show ARP, show VLAN, show power. Now, show power command is specifically for the ups, power over Ethernet. Trying to see the power requirements. Where do we, okay, you will do these in the event any of the questions are talking about utilizing PoE for a switch, or you have a misconfigured switch and you're trying to figure out where the problem is. Okay? Are they in the command prompt? So usually what you do is just click on the device.
Yeah.
If it's grayed out, you can't click on it. If it's in full color, it's all game. You can click on it and it will show you the telemetry you need to know. Or you have to click on the monitor portion of it, right? And either type these commands in, or it will just show it to you without typing anything. It's showing you what you need to know. And you have to decipher, is this information useful to me, or if it's not useful to me? Okay? Now, I will tell you, you have the 10-minute one. We talked well beyond about the 10-minute PBQ you might see. Some people get it, some people don't. All of y'all going in tomorrow, half of you might see it, the other half might not even get it. Okay? So you just have to be prepared for it. There's another PBQ That's talking about building routing tables. You have to make an entry in a routing table from a layer 2 switch through a layer 3 switch to get to another network. There's a problem. One interface is using a default address at 0000.255.255.255.255, broadcasting it out. Not necessarily saying that that interface is wrong, because we know that's an address of last resort, break glass in emergency, right? If a router needs to push it, right? But you have to make sure that all the interfaces are connected properly or configured properly with the IP address to the forwarded hop. That's it. Remember we said one step ahead, one step behind.
Yeah.
It's not where you're standing at right now. It's where you came from and where you're going. That's a good analogy, right? It's not about where you're standing at right now. It's where it's going and where it came from. So you got to make sure that the interfaces have the proper trail of configuration, okay, when it's going. All good questions. I like these questions. It's good. Of course, we have the acronym list. Woo, Lord. Sorry, there is no way to study that. I have no plan to study that. Look at that. That's just a little bit at a time. Flashcards. That's about all you can do.
Yeah.
There's nothing else outside of flashcards.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we were up here, that's where the routing tables come in and default routes. That's when you'll show these show commands, Kevin. Looking at routes. Why is there a problem? Why can't this one computer leave network A, go through the World Wide Web, land in network B to talk to server A, right? There's something going on with all the interfaces and hops in between the routers. And that's what's going to help. Right?
So I forgot, like, where do we type in show route? That's not in the command prompt.
You may see it where it's interactive to let you type it, or it may not let you type it at all. You click on it and it's going to show you what it's going to show you. That's it. That's all you can do.
For the PBQ?
And it may have, and it may have a drop down. So it may say type it in to see what you want, or you click on it and it has a drop down saying, what would you correct? What's the problem?
Yeah.
What if I want to do it right now?
You got to be prepared for.
Like if I want to check it on my computer
right now, take the exam right now.
No, just check these commands here, like show power. Can I do that for my computer?
Okay. You have to be connected to a router or a switch. So now you're in the command line interface. Yeah. That's where you will go. Okay, now I understand your question.
Yeah, so I can go ahead and type that in my command prompt. Yeah. I can.
Thanks for coming down. Command line interface.
Yeah.
You're wrong. So to answer your question, at the command line interface.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Good job for sticking with me to get me where you're at. All right, so keep that in mind. All right. If you ever see a laptop directly connected to something, there's a laptop in the middle of nowhere, and there's a little cord going to a server, a switch, or a router. You're either using a console port to log into the server, you're using a console port to log into that switch, or you're using RJ45 to log into that router. That means it's the configuration hub. That's where you have to go to look for a lot of stuff if it's directly connected.
Yeah.
That's the clue, okay? Yeah. Ooh, I have to tell you that. Almost left that out. That's important. Direct connection, ad hoc. Okay, let's see what else we got.
Oh yeah, I want to tell you, what was that? 802. 802. Anything that's power over Ethernet, it's 802.3AF PoE. 802.3AF power over Ethernet. All right. I'm not going to tell you the acronym I thought about when I read it, but it works. And I think y'all figured it out too. Stick that in your mouth. You'll be like, yeah, okay, I think I got it.
Yeah.
It might stand up. All right. So let me get back into Miss Jewel before she pops in. Because I'm sure she's talking to somebody right now in breakout room. Okay, so that's the reason why. See this? That's why we went over certificates today. You see that? That's why we talked about certificate authority.
Yeah.
Hopefully y'all can see that. Yep.
Yeah.
So you have data in transit, data at rest. We know that data is in use, is in the memory. Then you have certificates, PKI, public key infrastructure. You have the public key, private key, paired with an encrypted hash. Now brings their certificate. You can have a self-signed certificate. Self-signed certificate, I like to call them bootleg certificates, because right now you can get inside of your computer and manage certificates. They're all right here. Okay? You can also go in here and you have options. You can delete all your certificates if you want, which you do not want to do. Do not want to do that. But here's where you can find certificate enrollment and everything for a trusted device. Intermediate certification, trusted certificates where one organization trusts another one, trusted root certificates, and bam, there you go. There's some examples of DigiCert, Entrust,
Yeah.
AAA, GoDaddy. So these are all the certificates. Inside the certificate, they give you the details about that cert, the key identifiers, thumbprint, and you will have a hash in here. There's the public key. All right. So this is where you will find that at. Now you can create a self-signed certificate in here if you wanted to. But where is it at? Because I did one before. One time I couldn't sign an Adobe document. The Adobe license number expired that the enterprise was using. I didn't want to pay for Adobe, and I couldn't get the new one. So what I did is I created a self-signed certificate, put my name in it, and signed the document. They were like, how were you able to do it? Everybody else couldn't do it. I said, just create one and sign it and put your name in the bottom. It's a certificate.
Yeah.
It still went through, still satisfied it. Who cares? Like, you get what I'm saying? So sometimes you just work around it, right?
James, I just want to say goodbye to you all. I'm actually hopping over to my next class. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we only have one more mock interview, so be prepared. We're going to talk about LinkedIn.
Sweet. Thanks,
James. See you all.
All right. See you. So yeah, you can create the self-signed certificate. And if you ever have to do it, if you're out in the wild, this is how you do it. You can create it in the meantime. May not be the best thing for your organization, but if you run into a problem, and you need a quick fix until you get the legitimate one, then you can revoke it and replace it.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's something that you need to put in your library. No problem, Michael. All right. And with that, since it's 4 o'clock, let's go ahead and take a break.
Mounted air conditioner and turning it on. There's a lot of engineering that goes to designing and implementing an HVAC system in these large data centers. For example, we not only need to make sure that the HVAC can support the amount of heat that's going to be created by these systems, we also need to make sure we have enough power to run the HVAC, and we also need to make sure this is integrated into the fire system so that we're able to turn this off automatically if a fire is detected. One thing that you'll notice in a data center is that the different aisles of the data center may be designated as a hot aisle or a cold aisle. This hot and cold aisle is an important designation, especially as we're installing new equipment into the data center. We want to be sure that we're installing the equipment in a way where the hot air is being blown into the hot aisle and it's pulling in cold air from the cold aisle. Here's a cross-reference of a data center. On the left and right sides, we have our HVAC system. And in this particular environment, the cold air is going under the floor and the hot air is being pulled out of the ceiling. The cycle starts with the HVAC creating the cold air, and that cold air is going underneath the floor in this raised floor environment. There are vents and holes in the floor that will allow the cold air to flow into a cold aisle. This is often the front of the servers, and the servers are pulling in that cold air to cool the inside of the server itself. Once that air is heated up, it will be sent out the back of the server into a hot aisle, and that hot air is going to rise into the ceiling, where it will then be pulled back into the HVAC, recooled, and the entire system repeats again.
At King Soopers Pharmacy, we accept most insurance plans, so you can get flu, COVID, and RSV vaccines at no cost to you. No appointment needed. Get vaccinated to help protect yourself and those you love.
Here's a data center where we can see both the hot aisles and the cold aisles. You'll see the cold aisles are covered with this plastic to keep that cold air inside, and the hot aisles will be the ones on the outside without the plastic. You'll also notice this is a bit different than the previous diagram because there is a concrete floor and there's no way to have a raised floor in this environment. So it looks like they're blowing the cold air directly into the cold aisle from above. It's being pulled through into a hot aisle, and then it goes back into the ceiling where the entire process repeats. When we install network cabling, one of our goals is to not move or touch that cabling again. We want to be sure that once it's installed, we can trust that that cable will always be working optimally. One of the things that we'll commonly do is have all of the desks that are on a floor of a building all have single runs of wire all the way back to an IDF. Inside of the IDF closet, we'll have a patch panel, and commonly we might have a patch panel with a 110 block where we will punch down those wires onto the back side of the patch panel, and on the other side of the patch panel will be the traditional RJ45 modular connectors. This means that if we need to connect any user on the floor to any switch on our switches, all we have to do is run the appropriate cable from the RJ45 connector. We no longer have to touch any of the cable that's running from the back of this patch panel to the end user's desk. So we can begin installing all of the connections we need through these patch cables from the patch panel itself into the switch that we might be using. This also allows us to address any type of moves, adds, or changes. If someone out of the floor moves to a different desk, we can simply move where their patch cable happens to be and plug them into a different connection. And of course, if we hire new employees and we want to make sure that they have the correct network connectivity, we don't have to run additional cables because we've already run those cables. All we have to do is add new connections from our patch panel to the appropriate switch connection. Here's what this patch panel looks like in our IDF. You can see on this side of the patch panel, we have the RJ45 connections. We're coming out of those RJ45 connections, and we're plugging them into the switches that are directly underneath. This means we can keep all of those cables in place between the patch panel and the desk out on the floor. All we have to change are the internal connections inside of our IDF. Here's another view of the patch panel. This one is connecting from the patch panel directly to the switch that's above it. And notice there are numbered connections on that patch panel, so we know exactly which desk we're connecting or disconnecting. There are similar but slightly different configurations for fiber optics. This is a fiber optic distribution panel where we're bringing in fiber runs from another building or another floor, and we're bringing all of those back to connections that we have access to on the distribution panel. One of the important characteristics when installing fiber optics is making sure that we don't exceed the bend radius. And you'll notice in this distribution panel that we are looping together in a very large loop the fiber to make sure that we don't break the fiber by bending it too far in the panel itself. And it looks like in this distribution panel we have some additional fiber that is wrapped around. We refer to this as a service loop, so that if we need to move this distribution panel or add additional fiber, we can simply extend it with the fiber that's already run. This gives us flexibility in the future to be able to make changes without having to rerun a very expensive fiber optic connection. In some of the previous pictures of the data centers, you saw that some of the racks were open, but there were some racks that were completely closed that had locks on the front of the rack. This is not uncommon in any type of data center because it allows the system administrator a level of additional security and control over the components inside of the rack. We'll often install these racks side by side directly to each other to optimize the space that we have in the data center. And it's not unusual to have a door on the front of the rack where we can have a lock and a way to prevent others from gaining access to the equipment inside of the rack. Here's a good example of racks that are completely locked up. You can see in this case that we do have ventilation in the front. There's often ventilation in the top and the bottom as well, so that the equipment inside is able to be cooled properly. Here's a closer view of these racks. You can see that each of these racks has a handle with a lock on it, and you can see where you would add the key to be able to gain access to the equipment that's on the inside.
People who pick Post University choose our 100% online Master of Education program so they can learn practical skills from real-world professionals, making a difference in their own career and in the lives of their students. Are you a Post person?
If you're an IT or security professional, you've likely heard about secure enterprise browsers. And surprise, you may already have one at your fingertips. But first, why is the browser so important? Well, it's the most used app on the PC, and it's more relevant than ever. That's because it's one door to everything these days. The web, work, and AI. So the stakes are high. Keeping browsers up to date is crucial. But now, you also need to guard against data leaks and unauthorized AI usage. This is why you need a secure enterprise browser to access work data safely and regulate AI use. The challenge is balancing the need to tighten security, boost productivity, and keep costs low. Plus, there's a wrinkle: no budget for browsers. Hi, I'm Arnesh Chandra. I'm on the Edge for Business team, and our mission is to make the best browser for business that meets your goals of security, productivity, and low cost. Edge for Business is the secure enterprise browser optimized for AI for any device, anywhere. It offers the perfect blend of protection and productivity because it integrates with Microsoft 365 and your other security investments. And it's a seamless experience for admins and for your workforce. That's everyone